Morning. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's nice to see so many faces this morning. All right. Oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Can I see a show of hands of how many folks will be speaking in oral communication? Just one? Okay, perfect. On it.
Good morning. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to share with your board and the public and invite you to some last calls, open houses and tours for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. We'll be available to answer questions and give tours on March 4th and 5th from noon to 5, and then again on the following Tuesday, March 7th from 3 to 7 p.m. The facility is located at 12784 Justice Center Drive, and if anybody has any questions, they can contact the Probation Department at 533-7519. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else that's here for oral communication?
Thank you. I just came up the stairs. I want to give a shout out to Josh White. I don't see that he's here today, but I see Paul back there. So my issue with the county got taken care of like within a week. So thank you. Oh. And let me get a shout out to Mr. Gonzalez here because I didn't do it the other night. His department was absolutely fabulous at the last Planning Commission meeting. I was very impressed with everything that they had done. So thank you.
All right. Is there any other oral communication? Seeing none, Clerk, will you please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held February 7th, 2017. Approving out-of-state travel for Supervisor Randy Hanvelt to attend the following NACO, or National Association of County, events: the Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., Western Interstate Region Conference in the state of Oregon, and the annual conference in the state of Ohio. Then approving amendments to a conflict of interest code for the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, awarding a contract to Meyer & Sons Highway Safety, Inc. to perform the work to show plan specifications and bid books, retrofitting the regulatory and warning sign project, approving the database information agreement with CD Data, Inc. to provide access to official records of the Recorder's Office and as the Air Pollution Control District, adopting a resolution authorizing the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District to participate in the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standard Attainment Program for fiscal year 15-16, that's year 18, with the California Air Resources Board.
Would any member like to pull an item? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none.
Move on the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 7?
This is consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Jerry Tannhauser upon the retirement from the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council.
Mr. Pedro.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to introduce this item. We have a rock star in our midst today that we want to recognize, Mr. Jerry Tannhauser. He's been an integral part of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council for the past 13 years. At least half a dozen years he served as the president of the council, another 2 years as a vice chair. He served on a number of committees, bylaws, policies, procedures. He's been involved in the treatment of thousands of acres of forested lands within Tuolumne County and was a project manager for the fuel reduction projects. There's a number of things that are in your memo. I know talking with members of the Fire Safe Council, they are sorely going to miss Mr. Tannhauser, as we all will. We recognize him when he stepped down as president. We're glad he was going to stay, but this sounds serious. He means it this time. So, Madam Chair, it's recommended that you approve the attached certificate of recognition, wishing Mr. Tannhauser a wonderful retirement.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I don't think the public recognizes or realizes the amount of work, in a most positive sense, that the Fire Safe Councils do. I mean, these people that do this volunteer. They're tireless in what they do, and they protect the community. I just can't imagine what the world would be like without them. And so I met Jerry Tannhauser when I first became a supervisor because he wanted to show me something. And he wanted to show me the work that they were doing, and he explained what was holding them up. This guy was a pit bull in terms of getting things done. And he is exactly the kind of person we need out there doing the things that come out with just the right answer for the community. His contribution and his leadership at the Fire Safe Council over the years has just immeasurable positive results for the community. I can't say enough about him. Jerry, thank you again isn't enough. It isn't enough to say to you. It isn't enough to say to the Fire Safe Council. Your efforts you'll never get the appreciation you deserve for this. Neither will the Fire Safe Councils. But I know what it is, and I want you to know I'm deeply indebted to you and the Fire Safe Council for the work you've done for this community. Thank you.
Jerry. After Supervisor Hanfeld's words, I'm just kind of thinking maybe this is not such a good idea that you leave, that you probably should stay on. I did have an opportunity when I was first elected to tour what the 108 Fire Safe Council had done up on Big Hill and in the area of Cedar Ridge, and it impressed me a lot. It made me think about how important it is for volunteers and groups to get together and do that type of work. You know, South County, we have our Fire Safe Council, and they work very hard to do the things that the 108 Council does. So if you haven't handpicked your replacement, maybe you ought to stay on a while until you do. So thank you for your service.
Jerry, other than the walk up your driveway to knock on your door, I've really enjoyed knowing you. That's a heck of a driveway. Seriously, you know, it's impossible. I've always been told it's impossible to prove a negative. And what the Fire Safe Council does results in bad things not happening. So a lot of times people don't give them full credit, or they don't get full credit for the immensely important work that they do. There are fires that have happened in this county that could have gone way out of control if it hadn't been for the work of the Fire Safe Council ahead of time. This is preventative stuff that we all benefit from every fire season. And they're out there volunteering their time, their efforts, and it ain't easy work, okay? I, too, got drug up and down a couple of hillsides so that they made sure that I knew what they were doing. It is really thankless work, and Jerry, your leadership in that effort has been huge. We will miss you, probably more than we even know right now. If there was a way that we could turn down your resignation, I'd be making that motion right now. But I appreciate everything that you've done, and I appreciate that to everybody comes a time. And I just want to say thank you immeasurably for everything that you've done for us.
My turn?
Well, these guys said a lot of really nice things, and I agree with every single word that they've said. The work that you have done and the leadership that you've provided with the Fire Safe Council is, as Carl said, it's so critical and important for the community, and we're extremely grateful for those contributions. Thank you very much.
What we haven't heard, Jerry, and I don't know the answer, but the dollars that you've brought to this community through going after grants and money to make us safer. And I know just from my experience on the RAC committee and knowing you for the last probably 14 years, it was interesting because I think you single-handedly elevated the work of fire safe councils within the RAC group and elevated it to a point where everyone recognized the significance and the priority of getting that work done and supporting that work. And I know you sure moved me through my paces and education curve quite rapidly. And I just, again, I echo the comments of my fellow supervisors. You will be sorely missed. Hope you're not going to be too far away, and that you're still going to be sharing your opinion with us on occasion, and making sure that we're hearing that voice and that conversation. So with that, gentlemen, I know you probably want to say something. I'm going to ask for a motion. Yes.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move in favor of the proclamation.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Gentlemen, if you'd like to come forward before I come up.
Members of the board, Glenn Gottschall, I'm the president of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. I've had the fortune of working under both John Harden, if you remember John, and then Jerry took over as president. He then talked me into being vice president, and guess what happens when you're vice president? Luckily, I've had his expertise. You know, Jerry has really strived to build an efficient, business-like, what I call business-like volunteer organization, and that's generally very difficult to do. He's greatly increased fire hazard and community fire safety reduction in the county. He's focused, obviously, around his home site in Columbia, but his work is just all over this county. If you probably run into him as you've been describing. He's also, and I think really the most important thing is his increasing cooperation between the Fire Safe Councils, CAL FIRE, County Fire, and more recently PG&E. So I just also offer my congratulations, Jerry. Have a great retirement.
Another accomplishment is he got Rudolph out in uniform.
Good morning, members of the board. Barry Rudolph, CAL FIRE Tree Mortality Coordinator for Tuolumne County, CAL FIRE, Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. I had the distinct pleasure of watching the Fire Safe Council evolve from 2001 through what it is today, and I was there when Jerry came on. And I can say that for sure, on behalf of Chief White and the unit chiefs that have, that have been through the years since Jerry's been there, the assistant chiefs, Chief Avila and Chief Sanders currently, and on just a personal note, myself, when I was working, Jerry did the work of, I want to say, an entire battalion of folks that I had, and he was doing it, as you say, free. And his efforts made our workplace safer. I saw it firsthand, the work Jerry did, especially in the Columbia area, and also in the other areas that Jerry had worked on. It made a direct impact and difference in the working conditions of the firefighters that were out there. And so that is something that I believe that should be noted, as is the work that the entire council does. Another thing that Jerry did that not many people know about is Jerry's a radio guru. And we had a problem at the fire station for 8 years. And it took Jerry Tannhauser jumping up on the roof with some ideas, and he fixed our cell phones and fixed our what else did you do there? Was it fire radio? He did all kinds of stuff to it. And anyway, it works now. And it's like, so when Chief White comes to the facility now, he's happy because everything works well. Well, Jerry did all that. And he just got tired. I think Jerry got tired of it, just like Jerry does. He just goes, you know, we're going to deal with this. So we just all got in line behind Jerry and said, well, what do we need to do? And we just went ahead and did that. So, you know, Jerry, it's been a great ride. I think you're correct that you'll be able to coax him back in here at some point. I don't think, you know, some of us are just bad at, you know, being able to disappear or whatever, but he'll be back. But, you know, on behalf of the Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and especially the firefighters, we really appreciate Jerry's work and the work of the council, but this is about Jerry today, and he's made a difference, and I just want to personally thank him.
Members of the board, Josh White, CAL FIRE County Fire Chief. I just want to echo, we've heard it all, but quite honestly, I've worked around the state. I have yet to find a Fire Safe Council as successful as the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council, and that's largely because of the people that are working there, and specifically this individual. You know, you've done a great job. I have to be honest, he has always been one to be quick to be critical. He holds everyone to a very high standard. He will never hesitate to call me or meet me face to face to let me know if he's a little disappointed in how we can improve our performance. I knew you would like that, Supervisor Hanfeld. How we can improve our performance to make things better for the community. He holds us to his standard, and I appreciate that. He's been a great advocate. He has contributed so much to the safety of our communities, and I truly believe we are all indebted to the work that he has done.
Chief White, he's my kind of guy.
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of CRA Roads and Engineering. Jerry has, you know, he went from the Fire Safe Council, and then he had all of his projects, these PG&E projects that we're doing, clearing and doing the work along Parrots Ferry, and then we did the work on Jamestown, and then we did the work. And Jerry would call me up and say, hey, I need these maps, and I need this information. And boy, he'd tell you exactly what he wanted, and you better get it for him because he was charging ahead. So, and you know, the not being shy part, if there was any problem on my county road between his house and town, he was not shy about letting us know that, hey, you need to go look at that and fix that. So Jerry has me on speed dial. Now you're going to take me off, right?
So on behalf of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, in honor of Jerry Tannhauser for his leadership in increasing public awareness of the threat of wildfire, fire hazard reduction, and the completion of the Tuolumne County Community Wildfire Protection Plan while a member of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council for the past 13 years. Congratulations to Mr. Tannhauser on his well-deserved retirement.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, Chair Lady, everybody. Thank you very much. Everything has been said. There's not much for me to say. I still live here in Tuolumne County. I still am very observant to things that need to happen to make us all very safe. Even flooding, yes, that's an issue and a concern. We're lucky that we're on higher grounds than the folks down in the valley. I appreciate all the recognition. Thank you. And I will still be around to help whatever way I can. Thank you all.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 8?
This is consideration of approving the appointment of the District 3 representative to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission.
hand. Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Well, I know we're going to have some public comment, but before we do, I just want to say a few things. First thing I want to do, I saw John Latore here, and I wanted to start off by publicly apologizing to John about the way that the resignation, quote-unquote resignation, was handled. And I did not intend for it to happen the way that it did. I still would like to emphasize that I maintain my position in the fact that I feel very strongly that the position should be represented by somebody that lives within the district. But the way it reflected on John, I did not intend for that to happen. John, you were a fantastic planning commissioner. And from the time I've been in 6 years now, I met with John right when I first started, and we talked about all of this. We had lunch, and the way John makes decisions is the way I look up to people who make decisions and think the way that he does. He's very open-minded, very reasonable. He encompasses a lot of different factors in the way that he thinks. And John, you were a fantastic planning commissioner, and I greatly, greatly appreciate your service to the county. And I truly am sorry for the way that happened. With that being said, I would also like to say I'm excited to be able to appoint somebody to this planning commission. This is the first opportunity that I've had to appoint someone new to the commission. And I think that institutional knowledge is very valuable, but I also think that new blood and fresh eyes is very valuable. And we're lucky we've had 6 applicants apply for this position. I think 4 specifically for this district. I think 2 were carryovers from previous at-large positions that we still had the applications that were included. And so I reviewed those thoroughly. I also got the opportunity to speak to several of the applicants. I sent out questions with short notice at that, and 3 of them responded back with very well thought out answers. And they were questions that were a little bit tricky and a little bit pointed. I wanted to see how they thought and how they responded. Property rights questions about the general plan, questions about right and wrong versus legal, illegal, and why they want to do it, things like that. And so I appreciate the time and effort that the people that applied put into responding to those. With that being said, I'd like to defer any final decision until I hear everybody's comments. And I know there's people that would probably like to speak. So,
Very good. And I too know that there's public comment. Are there any questions from the board at this point? All right, seeing none, I'd like to open this up to public comment.
Good morning. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Heidi Lupo. I'm one of your applicants this morning, and I wanted to voice my interest and my excitement that you're considering me for this commission. Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that it speaks well to that we had this many people come out on a day when we should have been talking to the Planning Commission about building arcs. I've met and worked with several of the people that have applied for your board, and I'm impressed with the depth of talent. I personally have met Lori Sylvester on several occasions. She didn't know me. We met, and there were several different groups that had very differing ideas. And she just knocked me out with how she made sure that everyone's position got heard, that everyone's voice was acknowledged. There were a couple of people that their ideas were kind of not well cemented, and she worked really well with them to help them frame their questions. I think she would be very fair, very impartial, very knowledgeable. Having seen the applications, I think she would be fabulous at the job, and I think that as a District 3 person, I would like her representing me, and I think it would speak well to your choosing her, and I encourage you to support that nomination. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gary Sipperly. I live in the 3rd District, and I'm here to basically say ditto. I've known Lori for roughly ever, and I ran against her when she ran for the Board of Supervisors, however many years ago. I found her to be fair, very well informed. She takes all the input that she can get and makes very logical decisions. She knows the district. As I say, she's lived there roughly forever, which she used to tease me about. And I would just very strongly urge you to appoint Lori to the Planning Commission. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Lori Sylvester, and I'd like to say good morning to the board and thanks for having us today. Evan wrote, what do you want, or who do you want, or why do you want to be a planning commissioner? I would be a newbie on the planning commission, as a matter of fact. But my responsibility when I was a board member was really to ask questions, and it's the thing that continually I still hear out in the public is they'd say you ask the questions that need to be asked. And so I feel like that's an important part. And I have the willingness to offer the leadership in working with districts and the city government, the county government, the state, federal, and any of the tribal agencies and legislatures. I was 4 years as county supervisor. I didn't run a second time because I became full-time at the college. So I just chose exactly 4 years. It was quite nice, thank you. And then I also did 7 years on the Tuolumne Fire Board. Being a commissioner isn't about winning a vote on a Wednesday. It's really about due diligence. All I ever ask of anyone in a public office, it does not matter whether I agree or disagree, but if they do due diligence, do their homework, attention to detail, and those are the things that need to be taken care of. We need to be asking critical questions to arrive at the best possible conclusions. And of course, on the Planning Commission, if we do our job, there'll be fewer appeals coming to this board and fewer lawsuits. And honestly, we can get on with the community's work and do the public's work. So a well-thought-out decision will really generate much goodwill in the community. And I've dedicated my life to public service and am willing to serve. A couple of the challenges that we have in front of us is a population challenge, a loss of population, fewer people in the elementary schools, fewer people in the college. So for me, planning in terms of trying to encourage families, young families, children, we need all of them in our community, and so I feel like that's one of our really essential areas, and that can be addressed through the economic development and housing features of the general plan. Our infrastructure needs must be met and must be exceeded. We really need to attract tech people here and people working from home businesses. Small businesses employ the most people in America, and I'm very, very dedicated to the small businesses. I feel like agriculture is one of our assets. Our family was an organic gardening family that sold produce from the 60s to the 70s, and I currently have a berry farm. So I'll declare one of my biases is working with the agriculture community and making sure that we have a good, strong agriculture. New challenges, planning commissions in California and around the United States are faced with making land use decisions regarding new and developing laws on cannabis. So there's complicated conflicts with federal law, but each jurisdiction needs to face, and I see today you have it, that you'll be facing it and you'll be creating a committee. But I did remember hearing Mr. Rotifer say it's really consuming a lot of time. And I know that it's a really important issue, and I agree with you that planning for land use on that is important. A small community and a small county such as Tuolumne County can be nimble. We can set the working standards for others to emulate. And my pragmatic approach in Tuolumne County was really not to reinvent the wheel. We needed to ask and consider best practices, evaluate possibilities based on similar rural communities, take the best, leave the rest, and establish sound policy based on successes around the country. We have people that can advise us from other states that have already been there, and we need to really pull in. I'm glad to see that you're heading out to NACO, excuse me. Those are really important issues nationally, and I highly support your activities in that, so that's wonderful. Impacts must be addressed through mitigation. The process guided me, this whole process guided me through negotiation of the MOU with the tribe regarding the casino. I studied Indian law from all over California, looked at the counties that most reasonably fit our size and our needs, took a look at what their impacts were, and then we negotiated mitigation, not based on LA, not based on San Francisco, not based on urban areas, but based on rural areas. That's what needs to be done in a lot of what we have ahead of us. And that goes back to Planning Commission and making sure that we're supportive of what the board, where the board wants to go, and put everything in order. But we need to all be working together and work together logically. I did the same for what was called the First Five Commission, or Prop 10. As we developed that committee to serve the community needs, in that case and in the case of the tribal MOU, we led the way in the state of California. We're smaller, we're nimble, people's voices can be heard, we can pay attention to what other communities are doing throughout the United States, and I really believe that our Planning Commission holds a key to being one of the leaders in the state of California and getting that done right.
Thank you.
So anyway, I'd really, there was a couple other questions, but Evan asked about property rights, and my principle is that it's best to follow established law. And he mentioned also unique needs for District 3. Of course, in District 3, it's a highly organized district. We have Miwok Reservation, Black Oak Casino, TITA, and many, many, many districts. And so those resources are all assets. They're great for public planning. And a planning commissioner should have the willingness to communicate with all of those agencies in gaining essential information relevant to the projects on the docket. So in your decision-making process, it was asked, how would I reconcile right and wrong versus lawful and unlawful? I'd follow the law regardless of my opinion of the law. I had to do it every day on the board. Is you set your opinion aside, you set your alliances aside, you set your family members and your friendships aside because you're doing the public's business. You're there for everyone. You need to pay attention to prisoners, visitors, children, non-voters, and voters alike. You set your opinions aside and you deal with the law that's in front of you, and you do the public's work in public. And that's about all I have to say. I'd be really happy to answer questions, but I do have a number of folks that have asked to silently stand in show of support. And so I'd like to ask them to stand to say that they're here to support me today. And I'd like to thank them very much. Thank you. And thank you to the board. May I ask any questions or answer any questions? I can ask a lot of questions. May I answer any questions?
Does the board have any questions at this time? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm John Latore. Supervisor Royce, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it. I recently moved to Sonora, so I'm now a citizen of District 1, and Sherry Brennan is my supervisor. But I was a resident of District 3 for 59 years, and the interests of the citizens of District 3 remain dear to my heart, and I'm sure they will remain dear to my heart. Just to give two quick examples, I continue to serve on the board of directors of the Somerville High School Foundation, where we have raised over $1 million to benefit the students at Somerville High School. And another example, last Wednesday, along with Supervisor Royce, I attended a meeting at the sewer plant in Tuolumne to talk about forming a community services district in Tuolumne. I came here today to voice my support for Lori Sylvester. Lori has also lived most of her life in District 3, and for most of her life, she has been a public servant, and as you know, she served as a supervisor, and she has been a tireless supporter of the needs and the rights of the people of District 3. Now, today, when you vote, when you appoint a representative for District 3,
I hope that you will consider setting aside any alliances that you may have and appoint the applicant who the people of District 3 have asked for. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Cervelli. I'm a resident also of District 3, and I'm just here to support Lori Sylvester. I've known her for 25 years, and I can't add anything to what she or John have said, but they were very thorough in her qualifications. But I just want to say that she has the support of a lot of my friends and neighbors in Tuolumne, and I really urge you to vote for her for Planning Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right. I'm going to bring it back to you, Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Well, once again, thank you very much for being here today. I know it's not easy for people to make it down to County Government Building on a Tuesday morning. That being said, this is not an easy decision. This is a very important position. And some of the things that are important to me, the reason I'm here is because I feel very strongly that Tuolumne County needs to have a future filled with prosperity for working families, for retirees, and I think it's a very delicate community. As a community that was founded and built upon heritage industries like logging and mining, there have been times where we've been very strong and times where we've struggled. And as we've evolved into a more of a modern economy, we find ourselves branching out into different sectors like tourism and technology companies. And one of the things that I've felt for a long time that has lacked in representation, not because of the fact that it's not important or it's not considered, but just the viewpoint wasn't there, is that there haven't been young people who are actually struggling with the challenges that that are facing people trying to make a living here, trying to raise a family. And that's why you see a declining population, in my opinion. That's why you see a demographic change to where we have lowered school enrollments. And it's very, very difficult for people to make a living these days. It's very difficult to operate a business, to raise a family, and make ends meet. And this isn't easy. I've heard the comments that are there, but I would like to nominate Heidi Lupo to be Planning Commissioner. I think that Heidi is going to bring a fresh perspective to the Planning Commission. She is a business owner. She's in the tourism industry. As a District 3 supervisor, it's very important to me that the Highway 108 corridor is vibrant. When we have good winters and we have good tourism seasons, it trickles out to the whole community. And there's a lot of things that can be done to improve that. Another really important factor to me in this decision is our relationship with the Forest Service. Heidi and her family have been permittees and have dealt with the Forest Service for decades, all the way back to her grandfather. And this is something that is very, very important to District 3. So with that, that's my nomination.
Just a comment. I think this list of applicants that we've had for this position is, to me, since I've been on the board, one of the best. We have some very qualified individuals and people there through their experience with the county, through experience in life, and as a supervisor, when you look at your appointments, you want to find someone that you think that is going to fit, not necessarily with the mindset that you have, but with the mindset of what you see the county being or how it goes forward. So I have to respect my fellow board members when they make these decisions and appointments, because it is so difficult to make this decision, because it's a final decision. Even though we can always get rid of whoever we want, it's just still a difficult decision. So I'm going to second Supervisor Royce's nomination.
All right. Supervisor Hanfield.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who came here on this subject this morning. These are important decisions. And I have to say, I've only been a supervisor a little over 6 years. I've never seen such energy and enthusiasm for an appointment in those 6 years. I had trouble finding people to take these assignments. So I want to thank the people that applied. I want to thank your enthusiasm. By the way, I have had emails and conversations with people over the last 48 hours that are kind of amazing. I just haven't seen that energy. I'm thankful for the involvement of the community in these decisions. Sometimes supervisors feel like they're left alone out there and struggle to figure out what to do. Community involvement is so important. I want to thank the people who called me, people exchanged emails with me and things. This is an important decision, but like Supervisor, and it's tough, and I know that Supervisor Royce struggled to do this, and so, but his choice, and I fully support it. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being part of your community. It's so important.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, it's not very often that we don't have to hunt down people to help us with commissions and boards and committees. And I too want to thank everybody. Personally, I wish we could appoint 2 or 3 people today, because I think there's 2 or 3 people that are certainly well qualified and well supported. I want to thank everybody, the community, for coming out and making your concerns known. They're very, very important. I am going to support Supervisor Royce's nominee because it is his district, and I think that he's done an incredible amount of homework on this. So again, thank you all for your interest in local government. It's very important. Stay that way, please. And there will be more appointments to this commission and other committees and boards in the future.
Thank you. And I too echo the comments that you've heard from my colleagues. But I would encourage you, as you're sitting here and I heard comments about what we are facing in our future, that you participate in the process. When I hear that we have planning meetings where there's nobody in the audience, and I appreciate that, I do. But at the end of the day, I do, as we all do, we have a representative that we choose from our district, and so I have to respect Supervisor Royce's choice here. But I do encourage you, please, be engaged in the process, attend the meetings, and voice your opinions, concerns, be part of the process. So with that, I have a motion by Supervisor Royce and a second by Supervisor Gray to appoint Heidi Lupo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of determining the marijuana working group composition and approving appointments to the committee.
All right. County Council. Staff report, please.
Sure. Do you want me to wait?
Sure. Sorry. I'm hoping that some of these individuals are going to be participating in this conversation. All right, clerk, will you please reread item 9?
Consideration of determining the marijuana working group composition and approving appointments to the committee.
County Council.
Thank you. So today I'm going to give a brief introduction on this item, and then I'm going to turn it over to Supervisors Brennan and Royce for your comments. So today, before your board, you're being asked to do 3 things. One is to follow the recommendation of Supervisor Brennan and Royce regarding the composition of the marijuana working group, which would include both of the supervisors, 1 industry representative, 1 citizen at large, and 1 planning commissioner for a total of 5 members. This composition recommendation is based on the fact there are 2 similar yet different laws related to marijuana, the medical marijuana law and the adult use law. You're also asked to approve, if you approve the composition, then to appoint members to the marijuana working group. And attached to your agenda item are the applications the county received from interested candidates. And you will note that Planning Commissioner Jerry Baker applied to be on this group, as well as many other members of the public. And then last, you are asked to set the first meeting of this working group for April 12th at 1:30 p.m. I would note that before the working group meets, staff will return with a work plan for your board to adopt so that the marijuana working group has a very, very clear direction regarding the scope of its work. And it's also my understanding that CRA will bring an item regarding a contract consultant to assist staff in making sure that this work is done in a timely manner. And now I will hand it over to Supervisors Brennan and Royce.
Supervisor Royce.
Well, this is something that is kind of a new frontier for us, and it's going to be a challenging process. It's going to take a lot of resources for our staff. Their time is valuable, and we're going to invest that so that we can get a product in the end that turns out to be something that allows people to have the freedom to do what's deemed legal in California. But we're going to do that in a way that mitigates the risks and the concerns of the rest of the community. So we put a lot of thought into this. I think some of the things that are important to me and I feel Supervisor Brennan is that we have a group that is balanced and reasonable, but also workable. And I think something that will attribute to our success is the number that we've looked at here. We've decided to move forward with 5 people on the commission or committee, and that has to do just with the process and the just the ability to move ahead. So with that, I would say the 2 supervisors plus the other 3 will make up the group. The composition for that, which we discussed, was a planning commissioner and then 2 community representatives, 1 that was an advocate and 1 that was more impartial. And so looking at these applicants, I put a lot of thought into this, and I believe there's only 1 planning commissioner application, and I'm actually pleased in who that is. Jerry Baker, if you look at his testimony and the comments during the Planning Commission hearing when they were considering the first medical marijuana ordinance, I believe he was very open-minded, very reasonable and thoughtful, and looked at both sides of the issue, looked at he looked at it in a way that wasn't stigmatized by the normal impulses that people have when they discuss this subject. So I think that would be one nomination that I would look at. As far as an advocate, I think it's important to have representation on this committee from somebody that's in the marijuana community that understands the technology and the industry and all the things behind it. And it is something that's new, and it's being shaped. There's other examples throughout the nation that we can look at, and I'm sure there's positives and negatives that we can take from that. But it's important to have somebody here that represents that and advocates for that and keeps us balanced in that way. There is a tremendous number of people that I would classify in that as that type of an applicant. But out of all of the, one good thing about this is we've had an opportunity to listen to a lot of people, and in that process, there's somebody that I'd like to nominate or have represent that interest, and that's Keira Tucker. She's been here on multiple occasions, and behind the scenes, I know she's worked with a lot of folks to represent their views and help articulate them, and it's been done in a very professional and thoughtful, fair way, and that's what we're looking for: people that can sit down and not get emotional and reactive to this. So I think she will make a great addition. And the final one is another community member that's not an advocate, somebody that will help bring balance to represent the concerns. And there's a number of concerns. There's land use concerns, there's safety concerns, there's neighbor concerns, there's concerns about our kids and our communities. And Scott Clamp is a recently retired CHP commander. And Scott is a very level-headed guy. He's got kids. He's involved with Boy Scouts. Great person. And I think he will bring balance to us in that way. I think one of the big concerns that I have about this law is traffic and just the safety of people driving. And I think there's a lot of questions about that. So I think he can help us answer those and like I said, bring that other side to this issue. So I think that's going to be a very workable group. I think 5 people, like I said, is a good number to be efficient with our time. It's easy to go sideways on these things and not move forward, and it's in our best interest to see that we use our staff's resources to the best as we can. So that's basically a summary of what I think we're proposing, and I would say if the other supervisors have any questions or additions, welcome them to it.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make a really quick comment first to really just emphasize a few of the points that you made, because we did really take our time in discussing what a committee composition should or could look like, and we started with a much wider range of numbers, and then quickly realized that that was problematic from a couple of places. And number one is that is county staff that will be involved in this, and it's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and we need that input. And so we are going to specifically be looking at chunking this up, if you will, in very specific key area points, and we will have the full breadth of staff available when we're doing that to aid us and prepare pieces that we'll be putting out ahead of time. And but by the flip of that, we did not want staff sitting through meetings that we would not necessarily be requiring their subject expertise in, because there is so much going on in the county. I believe that we're going to have a number of voices in the audience. I hope we do. And we are going to encourage that kind of participation. But as Supervisor Roy said, at the end of the day, if we get to a place at the end of the conversation, we need 5 individuals that are going to be willing to make the best recommendation possible going forward. And so that's really why we came to the makeup that we have and wanting a balanced point of view. So with that, Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I don't have any heartburn with the 3 people that you've mentioned. And I just, since I was actually the one that appointed the 2 supervisors, I just want the public to know that I chose the 2 that I did very carefully. because of their even-handed approach to problem solving, but also their ability to listen and a little mix, if you will, of personal opinions on the issue going in. And that was very important to me. One thing that while I agree that it's useful in trying to keep the timing moving on issues to have a small group, I want to make sure that, from my point of view, I think it's very important that the community recognizes that these are not the only people. These are public meetings, by and large, and that we would encourage full community support and participation in the process. Because I know there's a lot of people that are very interested in this process. Some have a very personal vested interest in the process, and I don't want them to feel that they're going to be excluded from this process. So I just wanted to make that public statement very, very clear. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Yeah, on behalf of Supervisor Gray, we'd like to thank you for the compliment you rendered to us.
Yes, most certainly.
I didn't mention you.
You don't have to be defensive.
I didn't mention
We
you.
understand. Anyway.
We know how you feel.
Anyway, I want to again say thank you for the interest on this. There are a large number of applicants for this as well. I'm just going to make comment. I think Supervisor Royce's comments about the three that they recommend are well taken. I think I independently picked the same three. I want to say something about Ms. Tucker because there is a much longer list, if you will, from what I'll call the cannabis industry that applied for this job. But for the public's information, Ms. Tucker, over the last couple of years since we've been discussing this topic, and it seems like it's been a couple of years, I don't know if it's been that long, but she has reached out to board members other than myself. She's very rational, she's very matter of fact, and she's obviously very knowledgeable in this area, and I think she's a real addition. She's the right choice in terms of her knowledge and her ability to articulate the needs and the interests. So I fully support that recommendation, and I do want to thank people for applying. Again, this is important that we have public participation, not only in the committee itself, but in terms of input. So thank you.
Okay, I do support the people that you picked. I think Mr. Baker has been an excellent planning commissioner. Not that he's from the 4th District, but he's a real solid man and a good thinker. Kara, conversations with you have been good, been informative, so I appreciate that. I think Mr. Clamp is also an excellent choice. He can give us a whole different perspective on what the issues are from experience. So I support the makeup.
All right. At this time, I'd like to ask for any public comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move on Supervisor Royce's recommendations. I do want to make one comment, excuse me, that has to do to Kira, and I want to thank you personally for the time you've spent with me, because you have enlightened my views on the subject, and I hope you continue to do that.
Second.
I'm sorry?
A second.
Thank you. Motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray, and that includes all naming the committee and setting the meeting for April 12th at 1:30.
Correct.
All right, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 9A?
Consideration of adopting a resolution ratifying a resolution for local state of emergency due to severe weather and flooding in February 2017 as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630B.
Tracy.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Today we come before you with another proclamation, and the reason for this proclamation is due to the fact that while we have a current proclamation in place for flooding, Cal OES has notified us that for any incidents that took place in during this month of February, that we must have a new proclamation. So that is why I'm bringing another one before you. Supervisor Brennan and I met on Friday, provided some information. So far today that we know of, the most significant impact really has been for February. Now, this is for the first period in February. We're not looking at these other subsequent storms that have happened in the middle of February. Everything is split up by incident dates. So, for example, in January, we had 2 separate incidents. We had the 3rd through the 12th and the 18th through the 23rd. Then we have a couple different incidents in February. This one, in February, we have Tuolumne Utilities District did also proclaim an emergency for their Lakewood Dam spillway. It began to fail. They brought in some pumps and began pumping that extra water. It's a 12-acre-foot lake, and there was approximately 9 acre-feet in it when they went up there and realized that the spillway had begun to fail. There was only a 6-inch pipe to allow the water to be removed out of the lake, and so they brought in pumps and began pumping it out, and it went into Sullivan Creek. The Sheriff's Office did put out a couple different emergency notifications, just notifying people of elevated waterways and that to please stay clear of those. Since that time, we've also become aware of other roads that have either deteriorated more or they are new slides, and we've had, I know, on Tuolumne Road North, there have been a few sinkholes as well that the staff has had to fix. We have asked that David is here with the CRA director, but what I wanted to do before we move there is you're aware of the Lake Don Pedro spillway, and Ethan and Craig Pedro worked over the weekend. Ethan put in a significant amount of time in doing press release, myriad of phone calls that took place with different county representatives in the state. So I just want to have him give you a brief update as to what took place and what is taking place.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. I did want to extend my appreciation to Mr. Pedro for helping me out over the weekend as we worked through this. On Saturday, we did meet with CRA, with law enforcement, fire, and Cal OES to discuss the potential closing of Bonds Flat Road. We worked up a press release on that. We had some help with CRA to update a map showing where the road detours were going to be to make sure that we got residents enough time ahead of time to know that road would be closed. Following that press release on Saturday, we found out that Bonds Flat Road actually would indeed be closing earlier than anticipated due to the oncoming storm and what the weather forecast was showing. So we got another press release out letting people know that Bonds Flat Road had closed as of Monday. CHP had put up barriers. They were anticipating that the spillway was going to need to be used. They were just waiting for confirmation from the Army Corps of Engineers. They had to follow their protocol. The manual that they use, certain thresholds have to be met in terms of lake level and additional factors before they can actually make the decision to open the spillway. The spillway hasn't been opened since 1997, so this was not something that they have to deal with very frequently, thankfully. But one of the issues that they did have to take into consideration was actually removing Bonds Flat Road ahead of time to make room for the water spillage and also move some utilities that run through that road and make sure that they had time to de-energize the areas below the spillway and just make sure that all the plans were in place before they actually opened up that spillway and let that water out. On, I believe it was Sunday. It's kind of a blur now. We finally did get confirmation from TID that they would be opening the spillway at 3 o'clock on Monday. That did happen. We had a lot of phone calls with Stan County OES, with Merced, TID, CAL FIRE, Mariposa, law enforcement, local and law enforcement in the other jurisdictions, just to make sure that all of the information that was going out was consistent, that everybody knew what was going on, who was going to be responsible, if any mutual aid was needed. And as I said, on Monday at 3 o'clock, they did get confirmation to open the spillway. The spillway opened. There was no issues with the spillway. It worked as engineered. I think they were releasing about 18,000 cubic feet CFS of water, cubic feet per second. Right now, as of this morning, there were no issues being reported with the spillway. Everything seemed to be working as it was designed. Bonds Flat Road was removed, and that was actually a very good thing, as it actually helped to lessen the amount of debris that would be traveled down into the canyon and cause major problems and blockage downstream, to try to reduce the flooding. Now, they estimated that it would take about 23 hours for the water, once released out of Don Pedro, to reach the 9th Street Bridge down in Modesto, which is where they have measurement devices down there that will show whether or not they need to start preparing that area for increased water levels in the city of Modesto. So press releases went out on that. I did advise the board on that. I sent that out to all the board members, as well as department heads and local law enforcement, Mariposa County. We have another call at 11:30 with the PIOs from the different agencies, just to make sure that we're all staying up to date on the latest information. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the operations over the weekend.
Do you have anything else to add, Tracy?
Go ahead.
Just a comment. Thanks for all the updates. They went out to all the right people. It was
Sorry for the inundations.
No, it was really
changed
good.
rapidly.
And I've seen the information was bounced back several times to me from people that got it. So good job. Thanks.
Thank you. I did make sure, and I got the homeowners associations in Lake Don Pedro and John Sterling up at Groveland Community Services District. So I tried to include schools as well, just to make sure everybody had the information.
It worked.
Good.
And even the emergency notification worked, because
Yes.
I got an email for that.
Yeah,
so.
and a big thanks to Lieutenant Earhart for putting out those Everbridge messages and communicating with me on those, so I can update the community information lines with the most pertinent information.
Thank you.
Are there any questions with regards to this? No, we probably all have comments we want to make, but are there any questions? Okay.
I just want to give you a couple more things. And also, just so you know, Lieutenant Earhart has become quite proficient on our emergency notification system sending out. In fact, that was the first time we had used IPAWS, which is your integrated public alerting. I can't remember the alerting something system. Terrible, huh? I can't remember all of the acronyms for that. So that was the first time we utilized that, and that's why you were able to get a text, and it was able to go out to all the cell phones as well. Just real quick, before, I'd like to also defer to David, just give you an update on roads. But today we do have Cal OES and FEMA here for the second period in January. They were here last Thursday. Since that time on Thursday, Cal OES notified me that evening saying that they had enough in the LA area to do another request for a federal proclamation for the January 18th to the 23rd. So with that being said, they're trying to pull in some of these smaller counties that thankfully we don't have anywhere near what they're experiencing in Southern California, these larger urban areas. However, by pulling us in, we will be able to seek some type of federal reimbursement. So today, Dave Ruby with the engineering group is taking them out to some of our own roads that suffered some damages from the 18th through the 23rd. And then also, you may remember a few weeks ago when we discussed that Groveland Community Services District, their reservoir number 2, started experiencing some failure. And they'll be going back up there. They were there on Thursday, and then John Sterling and his staff will work with them today. And other than that, we did also With the resolution, what I did just go in before we came in, I haven't printed it out for you, is that adding in on the resolution a whereas significant inflows into Lake Don Pedro has required the use of a controlled spillway resulting in the loss of Bonds Flat Road. So that was added into the proclamation that will be provided to the board clerk electronically for your signature, Supervisor Brennan. And then I know that David did have an update for the roads just to provide you what's currently happening and what they're experiencing. David?
Well, good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, members of the public. My name is David Gonzalez. I'm the Community Resource Agency Director. I wish we were here talking about better things. However, I will take very close note that the team you have here is phenomenal. The roads guys that are my teams, the management, their OES team. I was there Saturday with fire and the law enforcement, and it's impressive. So just know that you guys have, like you've always said, the small county that just has some excellent folks in it. We are very blessed, which is why we're probably not here talking about worse issues. As you can see, we are going to have some more. This water is coming down short duration and very, very heavy. So I anticipate be sending more to Tracy, to Ethan, to you folks about the additional issues that we're having. I will tell you what we have our road crews doing right now, so everybody knows. We're doing our best to prevent more failures. That is what is going to be continued to be the direction of mine and our road crews, to try to prevent more failures. We cannot fix and get on roads under construction to fix those now. And I know we all want to do that. We have Kuhn Mill, we have Evergreen Road, we have a major slippage over there, we have Little Fur, we have roads all over the county that are having issues, some much larger than others. But what our attempt to do is we're checking on those, monitoring, stabilizing, and trying to keep ahead so we don't have more failures. And I know that you're going to get the phone calls. I know we are over the weekend. We're doing our best to stay on those. And for members of the public to hear and understand, we are going to focus to try to save more of our infrastructure. And that will be sometimes hard and difficult to deal with, that we have issues that we're going to have to maintain long term. Bonds Flat Road is one of them. Kuhn Mill, we have a temporary bridge in there. We have a lot of failures that are small right now, and hopefully they don't grow. So please understand that, members of the public. Please help us in identifying those ones that are critical, and the ones that we have to get to. We are stretched thin, just like all the law enforcement and our agencies. So please bear with us in those indications. So having said that, have Duke here. We have another update from this morning. We have some more small slippages, and I'll let Duke quickly talk about that. But for the members of the public that we haven't had a chance to get out to, I'll go over a few roads that we have over this last storm failures. So Evergreen Road, which is over in the Groveland area, and we have a major slope slippage there. It's about a 300-foot berm that is not moving as I know of yet. Duke, have you heard an update this morning on that road? Evergreen? Okay, so far it's holding. That could be a major slide area, but right now it's just slowly coming down. The trees have been removed. We had trees at about a 45-degree angle over the road, so it's a major slippage there. It's a large mass. It's a slip slopes. It's fractured. We don't know how deep yet. We have the geologist out there looking at it. We're hoping that it continues on the small scale that it is, slowly coming down the hill. Little Fuller, we had an area over there that's going to be, it's culvert damage just about everywhere. We have culverts that are plugged. We have water going around the edges of those things, and on the head side of it, the upward side of it, water seeps in and goes around. That's most of what you'll see in our road failures causing those issues, just the amount of water and the debris that it's carrying with it, whether it's a fire area or not. It's just, all I can say to folks is out there, if you have a culvert that looks like it's getting built up, and it's on a county roadway, please let us know. But if you have your own personal ones as well, that also helps not sending that debris down there if you remove it for us as well. We have Italian Bar. We had a sinkhole in there that was fixed
temporarily by our folks. We anticipate a lot of those to be continuing to happen. That is stable right now. Tuolumne Road, we had some failures out there. Our crews went out and fixed that. That was a north paving patch. Was in 2 areas on that. Red River Road, I just got an email this morning here about our Red Hills Road, another one on Red Hills. I'll bear with me and I'll look at the last update from Tanya. They're out there as we speak looking at that. This is from Janelle. Red Hills Road, they're doing some investigations out there, some small flooding right now. And Sims Road, we have crews running out there right now as well. So that's not the only ones. Those are just the bigger ones that we have right now. And again, your support, hug a road person right now because they're going to be working their tush off. Snow levels hopefully will be moving down, causing other issues, but maybe slowing some of the flood issues. So I'll be brief as that. Happy to answer any questions if you have some specifics that you want answered.
Are there any questions at this time? Questions?
Oh, I just want you to thank the crews for us. Public doesn't know that all this is going on, and you know, we only have so much crew, and they're, how shall I say, overwhelmed.
Yes.
A lot of things going on, and I know we're all getting calls, but appreciate the effort they're putting in. I know they're not getting a lot of sleep. I know they're not getting time off, but they're taking care of the public, and so we appreciate it.
Certainly, and they're in good spirits. They love their jobs. I told you before, I'm very lucky to have them. They work hard. They don't complain a whole lot. My message to them is do what you need to do and be careful, and that'll continue to be that way. So, what's that?
Duke, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Just a couple of little items. David alluded to the situation, some of the newly developed issues, and this one's in your district, John. We're monitoring a small slide on Wards Ferry Road over in the Deer Creek Bridge area. Right now the road is open. We are maintaining a single lane on that. When we talk about the declaration, we've got the first declaration, the second declaration, the third declaration. Who knows, we could end up with a fourth. But the issue is that every one of the failures that we had at the very beginning, Marsh's Flat and Italian Bar, we're monitoring those and have been monitoring those as we go through each of these storm events. And they're not shrinking. I guarantee you they are getting bigger, and that cost goes up as the rains continue to fall. Yes, we'd like some sunlight. We'd like to see it sunny out there so we can start catching up on the few potholes. I know that we get a lot of calls on potholes, but right now we're just we're in that reactive mode of dealing with the immediate storm impacts, and our road crews. I was monitoring, dealing with the sheriff dispatch over the weekend, and it just nonstop. Our guys were everywhere, and they are getting a little tired. They could certainly use a break, I know. And the events that we're dealing with are unusual, very reminiscent of the 1997 storm. I know Ethan talked about that release. The difference between the release in 97 and the release and the breach that we're having on Bonds Flat Road is this most recent one was a controlled release. It was at the spill gate, and it's about 300 feet, give or take. The original breach, which occurred along the entire spillway length, was over 1,200 feet. So Dave and I had a bet over which cost was going to be more, but I think he's going to win the bet because he took the low number. So anyhow, that's it.
All right.
Thank you, Duke. So just 1 second, because I think it's very important for all of us to take just a moment and reflect on the last 2 months. It's been a very long 2 months. There have been a tremendous number of agencies and individuals that have stepped up and aided us in this emergency. I mean, we can start with our own county OES, state OES, CRA, the Roads Division, our water districts, CHP, the Sheriff's Office, Red Cross. We've had to have some temporary evacuation centers. I'm looking at animal control, and I know the job they had when we had those thunder events and just trying to get animals to safety that were running around. There are so many partners in this, and like all of the successes that we have experienced, it's because of those partnerships and everyone coming together and going above and beyond. We need to continue that, though. We need to continue to be safe. We need to be diligent. I am imploring our public, if you see a road closure, please do not go around the road closure. It is there for a reason. We're not done. We know we've got a few storms ahead of us. We don't know what the month of March is going to hold. So please, be safe. And if you see someone that is helping us from these multiple agencies, thank them. They're doing a tremendous job on our behalf. And so with that, I'll open it up to any other comments. Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, you stole my thunder, but that's the chair's prerogative.
Yes.
Dick, I want you to thank the road crews every chance you get, okay? And they're not the only people out there working, as Supervisor Brennan said. PG&E crews are out there dealing with their piece of the pie. Sheriff's Department, everybody Sherry talked about. But do thank the road crews.
I will do that.
Because they are working around the clock here to try and keep our roadways open and safe. But that's it.
Any other comments? Supervisor Hanfield?
Yeah, I just want the public to know our legislative representatives are also reaching out to us to offer their assistance wherever possible. What do you need kind of thing, can we help? So, we're not forgotten out here, and that's kind of amazing. But, of course, there are representatives. They're not everybody in Sacramento, but Cal OES is here, like Tracy said. So we're getting help where we can, and it's a big deal. And we got to think, someone said, thank God we're on high ground. Those poor people down, if you've been paying attention, poor people down the valley, there's water everywhere, and they're struggling too. So it's a tough season.
I actually had a phone call from Senator Berryhill this morning. You did too? He must have had to get up early.
All right, with that, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for an action.
Move to continue the state of emergency for storm and flooding, severe weather and flooding.
Second.
Okay, move to ratify the declaration.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And I think what we'll do is take a break until 10:30. Will the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of approving a grant funded administrative analyst 1-2 and account clerk 1-2 and associated mid-year budgetary adjustments as outlined in the board memo, including the addition of revenue and expenses for the CAL FIRE state responsibility areas tree mortality grant.
Tracy.
Okay. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. So the item before you today is my scream for help. So on February 7th, you may remember we had the Tree Mortality Task Force came in and provided a presentation on all the different actions each of the agencies have been taking over the course of the last 15 months or so for tree mortality. What was provided to your board in regards to county projects, I just want to make sure that you understood that each one of those projects so far were all funded by the California Disaster Assistance Act. And you may remember that that is a requirement that we have a 25% match on that. Over the course of the last few board meetings, we've also brought before you the road agreement with the U.S. Forest Service in which they are providing $2 million to remove hazard trees on U.S. Forest Service property adjacent to county roads. And then after that, we also brought to you $2.4 million for CAL FIRE state responsibility area tree mortality grants. Both of those grants for costs related to administering those grants are reimbursed at 100%. Then in January of 2016, your board also had approved 2 additional analysts into the county administrator's office. One was designated for OES, which was Ethan Beligmeyer sitting next to me here. And Ethan has only been doing tree mortality and drought for his entire tenure in our office until recently, in which we pulled him into floods, of course. So, and then the other one, as you know, is Liz Peterson, who is doing natural resources. In addition to Ethan, we began pulling in a staff services analyst. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So we had originally borrowed Ethan. We say borrowed like he's, I always say like a puppy. Can we borrow him for a little while? We did borrow Ethan from the Department of Social Services.
This is being taped.
I know. And then we kind of stole Ethan from that office. Well, then I also put in another phone call to Steve Boyack to ask if they had another analyst that might be relief, and they did. That was Ryan Campbell. I know many of you have met Ryan. He has done a great job in our office. He began working 8 hours a week and is now working 24 hours a week. And Ryan has become our right of entry guru, working very closely with county council at times. We have sent out, and I say we, Ethan, and mostly Ryan, have sent out over 8,000 right of entry so far, and that was under the CDAA program. In order to begin administering the CAL FIRE grants, we will need to do new right of entries. They will be different right of entries, and we've been working with council on that. The reason I bring all of this up is in order to begin administering 2 additional programs, we are not keeping up with what needs to take place for CDAA. And in order to get this done quickly and efficiently, we really do need additional help. So this memo is requesting that we would do 2 what we call permanent, but they are grant funded, so they would be benefited, and a grant administrative services analyst, and I'm sorry, it's just administrative analyst, and then an account clerk. The administrative analyst essentially would take us from 24 hours a week of a staff analyst to 40 hours a week of administrative analyst. We would gain 16 hours a week. It would be a huge help. And then the other one is the account clerk. Right now, both Ethan and Ryan don't do any of the administrative part of administering these grants. All of that is stuff that I've been taking on so that we can keep them doing the program part. To be completely honest, I'm way behind. I need help just for helping to do with reimbursement requests, reconciliations, journal entries, reclassifying when something gets posted incorrectly, helping to just do general filing. All of that is stuff that needs to take place, and if you were to come in my office, it's beginning to look a little scary. We really need some time and some assistance into making sure all of that is organized and done efficiently and correctly. And as you know, when you have all of that stuff organized correctly and efficiently and correctly, it means that you're able to find it later and pull it up when you need it. Right now, I sift through some of those piles knowing that it's somewhere within the first part or the last part, depending on where I worked on it that day. So what I provided in here is the cost and funding. So just a reminder again that CDAA does reimburse at 75% for all eligible costs. And they do an automatic 10% for whatever we submit. So if we submit $300,000 of expense, immediately there is a 10% on top of that that we are reimbursed for administration. We also have the CAL FIRE SRA tree mortality grants. There's $2.4 million. That's 100% reimbursement for administration of those costs, of those grants. And then the U.S. Forest Service, the same. I have built into each of those grants specific staff time to cover their time for working. So those right of entry process, setting up and administering, and the reimbursement, all of that under those two grants is completely reimbursed at 100%. So the goal would be to, anytime Ethan or the other administrative analysts work, or the account clerk, when they work in any of these three programs, they could keep track of which program they're working on and how much time they spend in each day. And then we will need to do cost accounting so that we can do the reimbursement requests according to the time that they've spent in each of those programs. By looking at what I estimate the three positions would work in, that's the breakdown that you have in here, right here. The breakdown, is only the administrative analyst for partial year. The cost is approximately $49,000. That is fully benefited. Depends on what that person were to come in, whether they would select what level of cafeteria. The account clerk is the $27,000. So for this fiscal year, we would need $76,000. When I went through on the next page, you'll see where I break it down. How much of that am I estimating would be the SRA that's not currently in the budget, as opposed to what would be CDAA and U.S. Forest Service. So U.S. Forest Service and the California Disaster Assistance Act is currently in the approved budget, but the state responsibility area grants are not in the budget. What I'm asking is that you would allow us to hire a grant-funded administrative analyst and account clerk. Their costs would be picked up between the three different grant cycles. Some of that would be the CDAA 10%, and some of that would be the SRA, CAL FIRE SRA grant, and or U.S. Forest Service grant. Again, depending on where it is they work and how much they work, the cost accounting would take place on a monthly basis so that we can then do the reimbursement request for each of those. In order to move forward, I would need a 4/5 vote, and I would need you to approve not only the positions but also the budget action contained within the memo.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one thing to clarify. Grant funded means when the program is done and the grant money goes away, so do the positions. So they're temporary by nature, tied to the funding. And the other thing Tracy didn't mention is, we're in the midst of our budget cycle, now, and I desperately need to protect Tracy's time ferociously, because otherwise we're going to have a difficult time getting our budget out. It's already a posse system with help from Ann Fremd and Debbie Batista. Tracy, a little bit from me to get this thing done, but we need that capacity to deal with the county's fiscal affairs as well.
Thank you. Are there any board questions? I have one quick question, just for clarification. You may have said it, but every time we enter a property, if it's under a different grant authority, we have to get a new right of entry permit?
Yes, I'm just looking at council in case you'd like to speak into that.
Yes, and as your board is aware, the different grants have different requirements, and so that's why the language in the right of entry might look different depending on the type of program that is being operated.
Thank you. I just want the public to understand the magnitude of that effort.
Yeah, it's huge.
I'd just like to make a comment. This tree mortality thing and these grants just aren't trivial, and I think Tracy tried to tell you that. Ethan, for instance, you've seen him up here, and he was in here yesterday working on flood control issues. He isn't fully dedicated to tree mortality because he can't be fully dedicated to tree mortality, or would be. This is a big deal, and the rest of the state, outside the communities affected, just do not understand the level of things. We're trying to help that situation, and so it's important. This is a public safety issue for our people. We're seeing trees come down, and the faster we get on this, the better off we are, and the manpower is absolutely necessary. I fully support this, and Madam Chairman, I'd like to move in favor of staff recommendation on this.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Are there any other board comments? Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I want to congratulate Ethan on expanding his empire. No,
It's Tracy's empire.
Well, yeah, eventually, but Ethan's got a little sub-empire going. We miss you, Ethan, in the hallways of the building. No, this is really, really important, what we're doing, and if it sounds a little crazy to people that have never dealt with government finance, okay, each one, we've got 3 states of emergency, and within the severe weather, there's different families of that emergency, and each one of those, the money that comes to us from the state and ultimately from the feds, comes out of different barrels, if you will, for each one of those. So if it looks like we're just doing administrivia for administrivia's sake, it's not. That's how we get the money, and that's why we need, unfortunately, you would think that this would come with fewer strings attached, but it doesn't. And that's why we need to be doing a little staffing up here. And again, it is grant funded, and it is mostly reimbursable. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation on it.
And I would just add one final thought, and that's I was in Sacramento for a couple of days last week, and it is not going unnoticed that Tuolumne County is putting its money where our heart is dedicated to. A number of counties have these declarations, and they are not seeing broad support from their boards to dedicate funds to this effort. And it's very problematic. And so I commend everyone that's involved in this effort. And I think it's important that you see such strong support from this board in tackling this disaster. So with that, I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld and a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, thank you. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of authorizing the release of the request for proposal for county fleet maintenance services.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. About 6 years ago, County Fleet Maintenance began offering vehicle maintenance services to all county departments. And over time, with the exception of the Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office, all the departments are doing so. This includes fire engines, ambulances, heavy equipment, and a variety of pickup trucks and passenger vehicles. Over time, investments were made to improve the physical facilities, as well as the computer software system. As county departments started to use the county fleet facility, the cost of doing business increased, causing departments to wonder if there are cheaper options in the community without sacrificing quality. This inquiry brought us to today's question, whether or not the county should issue a request for proposals to solicit offers to service all or portions of the county's fleet. So this item was brought to the board's finance committee meeting back in January, which recommended that this be brought to the full Board of Supervisors. That's why we're here today. In this process, I interviewed all of the county's departments that do have vehicles and asked them to rank the most important traits of a vehicle maintenance shop. And the 4 options were timeliness, quality of repair, price, and responsiveness. And without exception, every department ranked an attribute other than price as their top priority. I think everyone agrees that trust in their mechanic is the number one priority. Trust in quality and trust that you're getting a fair price. It is this trust that we're trying to find in a future vehicle maintenance partner or partners. It's nice to report that all the county departments that were surveyed reported that they're receiving excellent customer service at the county's road yard. They have a high level of trust. I want to congratulate them for receiving this great mark. Included in this RFP are several alternatives for you. Number 1, to continue to send the county's vehicles to the county road yard for maintenance. This would include adding the sheriff's fleet and the district attorney's office group. The second option would be to divide the county fleet by vehicle type, sending different types of vehicles to different shops, depending on what we receive in the request for proposals response. Another option includes the leasing of a portion of the county's vehicle fleet. I've had an offer to have a lease option, so the RFP allows for that to be included in the proposals. I just received some additional information from Mike Young, our fleet maintenance manager, today about some new rules that are being put out there on those vehicles that go Code 3. So I want to let Mike give us that information prior to you moving forward on this item. So Mike, you want to talk about that?
Good morning, Board. Mike Young, CRA Fleet Service Manager. I did send some of my staff to training last week, just, because it was offered, and so I sent them to it, not knowing exactly what it was going to be. They brought back some very interesting information to me. The National Fire Protection Association has a policy out there, 1071, that requires, it's a recommendation right now, but as of January 1st, 2018, they're planning on it being mandatory that if you work on a Code 3 vehicle, you have to be EVT, Emergency Vehicle Technician. There's 3 levels to that training. One is you can do inspections. You can inspect the vehicles, but you're not allowed to work on them unless you're being overseen by a technician 2. The third level is in the management side of things, which you can pretty much do everything there. That includes your parts purchasing. There's guidelines you have to follow there too. So anyway, if you're a member of the Northern California Fire Mechanics Association, which I'm working on to get all of my guys, there's a group rate for the whole shop. If you're a member of that association, you can attend these meetings. They're every other month. They hold a meeting, a training session. So prior to that training session, you go online, you take a test. You pass that test. That gives you the ability to go to that training and get signed off on a task book. So you have to be signed off on these tasks before you can perform those duties. Like I say, it's every other month that they put these on. So we have, and in April, I have 2 of my staff going to Sacramento to the academy to get, it's a week-long training. I do that every year, send guys to that training. They're going to get, this particular time is on Cummins engines. So they will be certified. They can get signed off in their task book at that time. So anyway, I don't have all the details. Like I say, I just found this out. I did talk to Steve Gregory this morning. He gave me a copy of the 1071 policy. I need to read through that and see what that entails. But I just felt that I should bring it to the board's attention that this is something coming down within the next year that will need to be addressed. So any questions you may have, I'll answer them if I can.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
I do have a couple questions. First of all, what vehicles fall under Code 3 vehicles?
Fire trucks, ambulances, and sheriff's vehicles. Anything that has the Code 3 lighting on the...
Okay, thank you. And that's just for maintenance of the Code 3 systems, or is that maintenance of the entire vehicle?
It's maintenance of the entire vehicle. That's brakes, electrical,
okay.
Transmissions, everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make you aware that during this process, I've, in addition to visiting with the county departments, I've visited with the local maintenance shops in town, the dealerships and others, and there is great interest in putting in proposals to the county to provide maintenance for portions of the county's fleet. And some of them are here today. Just want to acknowledge that has taken place. And some of them have expressed interest in expanding their shops should they be successful in receiving this bid. So we have a number of options for you. They will be contained in the RFP. I want to make you also aware that we have a large list of all of our fleet that will be sending out, list every vehicle that the county has that will also go out with this RFP. So we're very clear as to what they are proposing on servicing. With that, any questions?
Any questions?
I'd like to hear maybe from the Finance Committee.
I'd like to hear from them also. I do have a couple of questions, though, that just for clarification. So the vehicles that come in, then we bill those departments back for that maintenance, correct?
Yes.
And do we use, is it, and I might have the term wrong, but an industry labor rate standard book in doing that?
I'll have to defer that to Mike if you want to try and answer these. I'm not in the billing.
No, it's basically, since we're an enterprise fund, it's just whatever it costs us to do business, that's how it's charged back out.
Okay. Because it's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that that rate book, which is kind of used by the industry, defines the length of time that certain maintenance jobs should take. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so while we're going to be looking at the hourly rate as a comparison, I'm also interested in looking at if we routinely accomplish these jobs in a more timely manner, because time is money,
yes,
than what, as compared to that labor, that's, and again, correct me on the term of what that book is, if you know it, the labor rate book.
Yeah, is
that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to see some comparison, again, if we are, what our efficiency is compared to that standard.
Yeah. Now, we do have a program, it's called All Data, that gives you the procedures for doing a job, plus it also gives you a labor time. And whenever I'm doing an estimate for another department, I do use that in our estimate, and we stay pretty close to that, to what it is saying. Now, I don't do that for every job. Just on a job, if they ask for a estimate on what it's going to cost, I will use that.
Okay. I just would share that I've had compliments from a number of our departments saying that they feel you are efficient. And so I just wanted to capture if in fact we are or are not, because again, I believe that's going to have some impact on the cost associated with this.
And
the Finance Committee.
Okay. From my perspective, and it may be unique, I don't know, but from my perspective, this whole discussion started from a perception, anyway, that not that our fleet service wasn't doing a really good job. I want to make sure that that's clear, but that there were some specific instances where specific potential customers might be able to do better elsewhere, okay? And those specific instances were small in number and very specific situations. So that's kind of where we started going down the path of trying to get enough information to know how we would do a countywide policy that maybe had some flexibility in it, but that's kind of where we were going. And this RFP is principally to go out to see if there's some value in having some flexibility in our system. And I'll just kind of leave it at that and let Supervisor Hanvelt expound.
Well, I'll just add on, and that is, first of all, I think you hit everything pretty well. We have a large number of vehicles, and there are a lot of different requirements for all of those. I mean, I appreciate what Mike and his crew do, and you do get high marks, Mike, from everybody that talks to me. You guys get, actually, I shouldn't say high marks. You get the highest marks. I have not heard any complaints. But there's always the question, when you're managing public money, are we getting the best bang for the buck? Is this right to do this inside? Is this, in fact, in this broad spectrum of things that they have to do? I mean, from heavy equipment and fire engines, emergency vehicles, to ordinary automobiles. Is that a core competency we have to be doing this and running this business? Is it the most cost-effective way to do it? We have to find out. We have to know. And the other concern I have to say that I have is we have a large number of vehicles, and putting all our eggs in one basket, if you will, is that the right thing to do? Do we have a backup if the shop goes down, or if we had a fire out there, or a tree fall through the place? Not that I don't think there's any trees around there, but we just need to know what our options are, and I don't think we know what our options are financially or backup or any of those things. And there have been complaints that it's too costly that come to me for various functions, and they want to do their own thing. I think there is value in looking at this issue, and that's really what this is about.
You know, looking at the number of vehicles, 447 vehicles, that's a staggering number of vehicles, and I think that I don't want to say the majority of them because I haven't looked at the entire list, but I bet a lot of them are long in the tooth, probably a lot high miles, need kind of like me, you know, and got a lot of high miles, and so looking at this RFP, I think something kind of intrigues me to think about, instead of buying them, maybe a lease is a possibility for some of those vehicles. Could lessen the cost, may not. I don't know, but I think it's something to look at. But I have to also say that, Mike, you run a great shop out there. I've been out there. I've visited. Yeah, you got some great employees. I don't hear any complaints other than you get when they take your vehicles there. You give great care and service. You get the people back to where they need to be, and I'm sure the private industry could do the same thing. I don't know if they could do it any cheaper. I don't know. I'm not too sure if they could do it any better. But again, getting back to what Supervisor Hanvelt said, it's worth a look. And taking a look, I don't think should have any reflection on what you guys do, because you do a great job. So, but I'm certainly willing to take a look. It's taxpayers' money. If we could do a better job with it, then we should look at it. Just that's our responsibility.
Do you have anything? I agree. All right. Is there any public comment? All right. Then I'll bring it back to the board.
I move to authorize staff to release the request for proposals for county fleet maintenance services.
We have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Item 12.
Consideration of approving the change order number 5 with F&H Construction for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Facility.
Mo.
Hi, good morning. We're here. I'm here today before you for consideration and approval of change order number 5 for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Center.
Back in March 2009, the county was awarded $16 million from SB 81 funds for the construction of this facility. On April 21st, 2015, your board awarded a contract to F&H Construction for this facility in the amount of $15,361,000. And what's important for, I think, the public to know is within that amount was $400,000 that we set aside as our owner's allowance. We could use that in any way we needed during the course of this project. So as construction began in June 10th, 2015, we have, to this point, from that point to now, we received 4 change orders. The first of those change orders, hold on a second. Had to do, as your memo points out, for rock and unsuitable soils removed from the site, and that change order was $145,347. Change order number 2, again, dealt with additional rock and unsuitable soils from this site. That change order was $169,516.25. Change order number 3 was a lot smaller and dealt with a lot of different small issues. It had to do with electrical work, roof drains, and revisions to panels, and revisions to a steel trellis, and updated some of the speakers inside the facility. And that change order was $24,441.68. Change order number 4 had structural changes to the tier deck and relocation of the fire sprinkler heads in the sleeping rooms and other various changes. This amount of this change order was $135,560.02. Now, up until this point of change order number 4, we were still in, and most of change order number 4 is covered under the $400,000 allowance, which is in that original amount of $15,361,000 in which we had a contract for. 15,000, I wish. I know. What a savings there. $15,361,000. Thank you, Craig. So before you today is change order number 5. And the handout that I just gave you, that I didn't keep a copy of, list the items that are pertained in change order 5. You have a copy in your board memo of the change order. But what I wanted to do is pull out all of the items for you to give you kind of a running summary of the items that were $5,000 or more in this change order. Some of these items are the result of owner-requested items. So, for example, the casework and the polished concrete. Instead of the county, because we have some flux within the $16 million that we were given by the state, instead of the county paying for casework, I added it onto the contract. So it wasn't coming out of the general fund. It was coming out of the grant application. There were also changes made required by the state fire marshal's office. So when they went through and did their inspections and they saw things in there that weren't part of their original plans, they had requested those changes to be made to the facility. And then the third group, or the third entity in which there were change orders, were because of BSCC, and the biggest one of that, of course, as you know, is the toilets. Because of new rules and regulations coming about regarding privacy and modesty, the angles of the toilets needed to be changed, which means we had to take out the toilets that were already previously approved by BSCC and state fire marshals, and the state building authority had to be taken out and removed and replaced. So before you today is a change order number 5 that includes those items and plus smaller other items in here. The total cost of this change order is $391,131.92. And even though this amount is within our spending authority, the California Public Contract Code 142B requires that any change orders that exceed $250,000 be brought before your board for approval. So with this change order, the revised contract amount will be $15,815,484.22. And again, it needs to be noted and for the public that all of this change order number 5 will be paid for out of state grant funds, not the general fund. And so I'm here today to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chairman, just add on what Mo said. We had the $16 million grant, and that's been planned in our budget. There's one more change order. Hopefully, it'll be contained to one more change order to try and finish this thing off. And the mission is to stay within that, $16 million, not to spend it all necessarily, but make sure we stay within that if we can. So we're almost there.
So F is not for 5 and final, right?
No, it's not.
There's one more, okay.
One more coming.
Are there any other questions? Is there any public comment?
I did have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Gray.
Have the toilets showed up yet?
As a matter of fact, at 8 o'clock this morning, I was at the juvenile facility, and the toilets are not only there, BSCC approval has been obtained.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the change order number 5.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Legislative Platform for 2017.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. As you are aware, the last many years now, your board has adopted your legislative platform, which is the platform that kind of guides and directs the policies and affairs of the county for the incoming year. The board uses this as a tool to pursue state and federal legislation and legislative action. So before you is the proposed 2017 legislative platform, which is comprised of the adopted 2016 legislative platform with some additions. A couple of note that I want to mention is adding a call to amend section 15332 of the state CEQA guidelines to allow counties to be eligible for the same requirements on infill development projects as cities. That was something that was mentioned at your board retreat as a priority you would like to pursue. A couple others, they're all there in your memo there as the ones that were added, but a couple others that I just want to note are amending AB 2140 to make Tuolumne County eligible for AB 265, which is legislation that was recently put forward by Assemblyman Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow to adjust the cost share for CDAA projects to 90% state and 10% county, and this would go toward tree mortality removal, among other things. I also want to mention an additional change in this legislative platform for your consideration today is to resolve conflicts between state and federal law and regulations regarding marijuana cultivation and use. And also supporting AB 174, requiring a voting member of the California Transportation Commission reside in a county of less than 100,000 people. The only two deletions that we have in this proposed 2017 legislative platform are to eliminate the requirement for librarians in California to possess a Master's of Library Science degree and deleting your board's position from last year of repealing the state responsibility area fee. And just so you know, I put it in your memo, but I want to let you know that this is, we added those deletions, or we took out those proposals, I suppose, because county staff is looking at reclassifying a position in the library department that will allow for a top librarian position, but it won't require a master's degree. And also, the SRA fee has now resulted in $2.4 million for Tuolumne County residents and for local government projects for tree removal, and so we actually are seeing a nexus there for services. So that's why we removed that one. So any further additions or deletions your board would propose, I am happy to make those changes. Yeah, thank you.
Just a couple more comments.
Okay.
just to point out, there's a few things, recent things that have come in, from your board, like just last week, the state CSAC asking for support on SB1, Beal, AB1, Frazier. That's related to road funding, and your board again had all those 7, 8 letters, whatever it was, expounding the position, county's position, and so forth. We do have platform statements in here that cover kind of cover things generally, but specifically on these bills. These are things that we would need to come back and ask specifically if you want to support those bills. But just to give you an example, they're estimating those bills would be $4.5 million per year for basic road maintenance. Our entire road maintenance budget for the county is currently $4 million, so it'd more than double our road maintenance budget, for the county if that passed. There's also a statement in here already that addresses IHSS, which basically our position on IHSS is state, you should take it over and you should pay for it and cover whatever costs are there. And yet here's this new issue on IHSS shifting costs to counties. I was talking to CBOYAC this morning, and they did a quick calculation, and they're looking at an action for Tuolumne County that would shift an additional $474,000 in additional costs to the county. That's on top of the $543,000 that we already pay for this program, shifting our county costs for in-home supportive services to just over $1 million per year. And as costs continue to increase with increases in minimum wage and those kinds of things, it would only further increase our costs. So while you're covered broadly on these things, and the whole state's going to be attacking IHSS for sure, specifically on that transportation bill will need to come back. And just a couple notes quickly on federal legislation. As your board knows, there's been a new call for Dear Colleague letter on secure rural schools. We've responded to that because you have a platform, and the board's established some things, feel confident to send those out. So those have gotten out. So we continue to use the platform for guidance. And there's a new one. I'll probably need to come back and talk to you about it. And I'm just giving examples of some things because you can't cover everything in a platform. But something that's been out there is whether or not to support bills that would protect the tax deduction related to municipal bonds. Now, that's a very typical way of securing financing for local government capital items. However, I should say that in the 30-some years I've been here, we've used either certificates of participation or lease purchase agreements and things such as that to take care of those types of needs. They're much less costly, much quicker to go through, but municipal bonds is something that the board may want to consider taking action so that those that's something that people get a tax break for, so it'd be another tool left in your toolbox. So I'll bring that one back specifically. We don't have guidance on this one, but that's kind of a philosophical issue that is an example, something to bring back specifically to the board.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Okay, just three things really. On muni bonds, since I'm tagging on to Craig's comment, while we don't use them, this is a pretty high priority item in NACO. A lot of local agencies do use them, and it helps when we can say, hey, we supported you when you needed support, and I don't think it needs to be in our platform, but it is something that I do think that we need to help out our other counties and cities across the United States. The SRA thing, I'm okay with taking it out, I guess, but the SRA issue isn't that we didn't get the money back. The SRA issue is that it is a tax and was never passed as a tax, okay? And I think that's an important statement to make, because as soon as you cross that threshold, it lets a simple majority in Sacramento have their way with our pocketbooks. And I'm not necessarily in favor of completely taking it out of our legislative platform. Maybe we reword it, okay? But we're kind of caving a little bit just because we got some money out of it. And the principle is still valid, I think. The other thing that I didn't see in our legislative platform is meaningful tort reform. And I think that that ought to be in both platforms. I think that the ultimate goal ought to be to get to a loser pay system. If you don't do that, you allow, basically you allow anybody with a checkbook that's willing to use it to especially in the state of California with the way that CEQA laws have been interpreted by the courts, to stop anything they want to stop. And until we address tort reform, the nice thing about tort reform is it gets to ESA, it gets to CEQA, it gets to NEPA, it gets to all the regulatory issues that are being abused by some sectors of our political spectrum. And I think that that's a really important one that we put in our ledger platform.
Yeah, Supervisor Rodeford, we do, under our environmental section, both in state and federal, have a bullet along those lines called initiate CEQA/NEPA attorney fee reform. We moved away from the tort reform term for whatever reason, e.g. fee caps, reimbursements in certain cases, et cetera, which is trying to get at what you're saying. We can be more specific.
But it doesn't get to the point that if somebody sues a government agency, the government agency never recoups the cost, okay? There's no skin in the game for the person lodging the lawsuit. I think that there needs to be risk associated with a tort effort. And I'm okay with us paying their legal fees, exorbitant as they are, okay? I'd like to see some caps if we're wrong.
Right.
But when we prevail and we can't recoup our legal fees, there's no risk to the person with the citizen with the checkbook that just wants to be a troublemaker.
Yeah. I think totally agree. Have no issue. I think that's what the prior boards wanted in here. We're just not saying it clearly enough. Like the reimbursement in certain cases is getting to the point you just made. So maybe what we need to do, we can work with council and extract that out so it's more clear.
You got my concept there, County Council?
I very much understand it, and I think we can clarify to make it clear to others as well.
We'll call this the love attorney clause.
And it's the thing is it's not just CEQA and NEPA, okay? It's the Endangered Species Act. There's any number of regulatory issues that can be sued on. So.
Got it.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. So I would just say I agree with Supervisor Rodeford's sentiments, but I would just like to say it's been a while since I've looked at this, and it's a reminder of the breadth of subject matter that we deal with that, for the most part, is outside of our immediate scope of work and authority. And it's just, like I said, it's a reminder of how engaged this board is. So just a compliment to the board members specifically that attend a lot of our associations and spend a lot of time on behalf of the county dealing with these issues. And additionally, I just wanted to thank the staff. Some of the new items on here are positive additions, and I want to say that I feel heard, and I really appreciate the work that you put in on this. So.
Supervisor Gray? Supervisor Hanfeld?
I share Supervisor Rodeford's comments because, for one thing, what happens is it's cheaper to settle than it is to carry these things on, and we need to have the ability to do the right thing as opposed to being blackmailed. So I support that, and we just want to say to Supervisor Royce's comments, it's really nice to have this document and carry it with you when you go visit places like Sacramento or Washington, or just have a conversation with legislative people. This is what we're here for, and it's helpful because it just gives us assurance that we're speaking for the county.
Okay. I agree with those comments. I would add one more bullet point under the federal issues piece, and I'm not sure if it's a bullet or another number under healthy forest practices, but it's with respect to emergency response after a federal declaration, and specifically looking for expansion of the Stafford Act. And we've seen it firsthand with the rim fire and, you know, the inability for the agency to get out and do the work. And with a lot of other declaration categories, there is implementation of restoration efforts that does not exist with regards to forest fires. And sometimes we see, like we have with the rim fire, 18% of that landscape having a restoration, reforestation piece attached to it because there just simply isn't the funding. I think this is an issue that is Western states wide and would like to see it articulated on this platform so that those that are attending NACO can be putting it front and center. Yes.
Just one closing comment to tag on to Supervisor Hanvelt's comment. There is no other piece of paperwork that you guys put together every year that I carry around as many places as this. So it's really, really important, and I really appreciate that.
I agree.
Just if I could say one more thing. We did not make any changes to, if you see at the end of the state and federal pages, there's the 3 asterisks that denotes the Board of Supervisors' highest priorities. So we did not make any changes to those. I just want, in case you didn't, in case that slipped by or whatever, I just want to make sure that your highest priorities are noted on here if they have changed.
My personal view, that tort reform has 5 asterisks.
Okay. All right. Is there any public comment on this? Okay.
So, Madam Chair, before you vote on this, so we're looking at 3 specific things: the expansion of in that area of tort reform, and County Council is going to wax eloquently for us to do that. And we still want to say something in that SRA area, speaking to that principle of voting for taxes versus fees.
I think so, yeah.
More broadly, and then adding that healthy forest point that you were just talking about.
That's what I have listed.
And with that, I'll so move to approve it.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer and a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of providing direction to staff on development of the 2017 County of Tuolumne 5-year plan.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is follow-up at your last meeting. I came back and summarized the planning retreat that your board had, and then summarized the major points that you wanted us to reflect in our upcoming 5-year plan, and that will in turn be reflected in your annual goals. And we talked about areas of commitment that we already had. There were some priority A categories of work, some priority B categories of work, and then a basically monitor section that was in there. So what I tried to do is to take each of those areas that you articulated, put it into categories. It's not in the same, doesn't show in the same way that it did when I just summarized it on the board at the last meeting. But we've covered the areas of information technology systems, the biggest of the big areas, AKA the primal scream, the compensation study area, because that we're not done with that. There's still work to do, especially over the 5-year period. There's a number of county facility and fleet issues that are articulated in there as well. The emergency area, again, as we've talked about, it's dominating a lot of things, necessarily so. Then there's planning and development areas, speaking of things like our general plan, focusing on our streamlined processes in order to indicate building viability in the county, developing a plan to make housing affordable in Tuolumne County, and your medical marijuana or marijuana issues, both medical and commercial. We had areas of state, federal, and environmental planning, such as coordination on the Stanislaus National Forest Management Plan. I kept these fairly general, necessarily so. I'll just read them. One bullet is saying to monitor and engage in all opportunities to influence state and federal land use plans, regulations, and projects. That's a mouthful. As this board knows, a lot of things come up during the course of the year in the area of natural resources, and there's a similar statement related to water and power types of things. And I didn't know quite what to say other than to implement, monitor. I guess I could say monitor and implement in those areas. But your board's been very active in all those areas, but you kind of have to take what comes our way. And then some other important issues were in the area of employee development, the creation and adoption of a new value statement there, having an ongoing countywide program, and then that monitor area of health and human services. What the federal and state government do can have a huge impact on us, be it the Affordable Care Act or things like we just talked about with IHSS. So I tried to put this, lay this out in what I thought were logical sequences, that it's not just all going to happen in 1 year. Some of these are going to take multiple years. Some were higher priorities than others. So I offer this for your consideration for any changes you may want and adoption. And if you were to adopt this, or actually direction on it, we'd bring it back at your next meeting with any changes you want, schedule it for adoption. And at the same meeting, we would take the first year, the 2017 activities, and add to those specifically measurable outcomes. The staff that would be the primary leads on those, and time frames, for those.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. Once again, I think this is good work. The only addition I would like to see, and I know we talked about this in our retreat, and I don't think it was on the A list, but solid waste and our franchise. Yeah. I think that's something that maybe makes it in like 2019 or something like that. We'd have to look at those timelines and maybe do a little working backwards to see where we need to start. But definitely don't want to end up at the last minute without having done our work on that. So something to think about.
I would agree. That's going to be a major issue that we're going to have to look at. And the sooner we get started, the better off we will be.
And it does take a long lead time to move that one.
Any other comments? Consensus around adding solid waste? I agree.
Okay. Then if that's board direction by consensus, then we'll bring this back for adoption at your next meeting and take that year one and convert it to a board goal format for the year.
One additional point on that. Maybe this is something you guys could think about behind the scenes on what kind of a process we would actually have for that. I guess it depends on what we do, but there needs, in my opinion, there needs to be somewhat of a, to start it out, just kind of a strategy session, figure out what direction we're going to go. We have franchise agreements. We also export everything out of here, which adds to our costs. And there's kind of, maybe John and I can talk to about Solid Waste Committee and think about big picture how we'd handle it. But
Actually, I think that would be a great activity for the Solid Waste Committee.
yeah.
All right. Is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I think we've got consensus.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.04 related to animal control and updated division organization and technology changes.
Mr. Stockel.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Gary Stockel, wearing my Director of Animal Control hat this morning. One of our very important roles that we take here with the community is how we handle dangerous or vicious animals and dogs. And as we recently were reviewing our process for handling the review of that activity, we noted that we had left out an important part of the due process, which was to spell out specifically how an appeal of the director's decision would be handled. And so that's why we're here in front of you today, is to talk about that, as well as we had the opportunity to take a look at our ordinance overall and recognize that it was 20 years since the last time it had been reviewed, and it was high time to come back and take a look at it again. So we initially contacted County Council in order to clarify that procedure for an appeal of the hearing entity's final decision in a vicious and or dangerous animal case. The Food and Agricultural Code, FAC 31683, allows a county, through ordinance adoption, to incorporate all, part, or none of the Food and Agricultural Code chapter dealing with potentially vicious or dangerous dogs into its own program for dealing with these animals. 20 years ago, the county designed its own program through ordinance adoption, strengthening the definitions of dangerous and vicious, expanding its program to include not just dogs but any animal, instituting an initial designation of vicious and or dangerous. So here's the first step by the animal control manager based on an investigation conducted by staff, and that's based on a complaint from the community. And providing the due process for contesting the animal control manager's designation to the agricultural commissioner, animal control director, acting as a hearing entity. So they have an opportunity to present their case as to why the animal should not be considered dangerous and or vicious. However, the process, as I mentioned, failed to clearly spell out how to appeal the hearing entity's decision. And through discussion with County Council, it was determined that an appeal is made to the Tuolumne County Superior Court. Review of the pertinent section in Chapter 6.04 showed that an update to this section was required to clearly spell out that appeal process, and that it also has taken the stance that we are operating our own program pursuant to, as it is allowed by the Food and Agricultural Code 31683, except for specific provisions that we spell out in our ordinance that are found in Chapter 9 of Division 14 of the Food and Agricultural Code. County Council and Animal Control staff, as I mentioned, determined that it had been 20 years since Chapter 6.04 was reviewed in its entirety, and I would like to specifically thank our Animal Control Manager, Jennifer Clark, in participating in this process, because she's got that 20-year history as to what was behind the ordinance as it was adopted at that time. And that was very critical for us to consider changes that we wanted to institute to take advantage of this review process. We met several times with County Council. That was Carlin Drivdahl, who gave us wonderful support, and found a number of other non-substantive changes as we went through the chapter. And then we found a few changes that are a little greater than non-substantive, but fit the purpose of the chapter as it was adopted 20 years ago. So we have clarified the appeal process for hearing entity to determine, and their determinations regarding vicious and or dangerous animals, and that the county operates its own program pursuant to Food and Agricultural Code, spelling that out specifically. We made a number of revisions that take care of definitions, and where they appear more than once in county ordinance, not just in the animal control chapter, and so that they are in agreement. Specifically, we took the kennel definition, which is both in zoning and in the animal control chapter, and make sure that those were consistent. We made a number of section updates that have been impacted by changes in California state law that occurred over the last 20 years. This was important to be at a good baseline. And we made some changes that are taking advantage of the Animal Control Division organization and terminology changes. We removed a number of sections that had redundant language and applied standardized style and formatting throughout the chapter. We also removed an indefinite period of time where impound fees are additive, and we have changed that into a 3-year rolling history. So we established that 3-year rolling history for implementing increased impound fees. The way that worked in the past was that if you had a first impoundment for the same animal, a second impoundment, the fee increased, and a third or more impoundments, the fee increased, and that was applied indefinitely over time. We've changed that to be a 3-year rolling period so that we only look back at a 3-year history. And so if there's only one impoundment and there's a second one that happens within that 3-year period, then we apply a higher impoundment fee. If there's a third one or more within that 3-year period, we apply a tertiary fee. So those are some of the major changes. I would like to point out that through the vagaries of using Word, you did not receive a redlined copy that was throughout. So I have brought a copy today for all the members of the board. For your review, should you have some specific questions, and would also like to open it up for the opportunity that if you feel you need more time to take a look at this redline version to see where the changes are, we certainly would take your direction to come back later for your review. You did have a full copy of the final ordinance language that does include all of the changes that I've discussed. And we're here to take your questions and direction.
I'd like to start by thanking Jennifer for all of her hard work on this. And with that, I do have a couple questions. Do any of my other fellow board members have questions?
No, just a comment, seeing this one, it makes sense, because I was reading through the other one, I said, we're not making any changes, so appreciate it.
And I would echo those sentiments. I did have some friends in the ag community that called me over the weekend, and the questions were with regards to kennels. And if that applies, that definition applies on Williamson Act land or our ranchers. And some concerns were expressed because many of them have in congregate. They may have 4 working dogs. They may have a retired dog. They may have a pup in training. And so I didn't know the answer to that. So I'm asking that question. And
I'll let Jennifer take a stab at that one. Thank you.
Jennifer Clark, Animal Control Manager. In the definition of ordinance that the Planning Department had formulated, it does include that on agricultural pieces of property where the animals are being used in an agricultural method, that they're there to assist with the agriculture, then it is not required to have a kennel license. But I do want to point out that it is state law that every dog have a license, an individual license. Unless the owner has a kennel license, then the kennel license serves as the license for all the animals. So no, on an agricultural piece of property where the animals are being used for work, you do not need a kennel license. But per state law, you do need an individual license for each animal.
And so for benefit of the public, could you let them know what a kennel license costs as opposed to an individual license, dog license? Do you know?
A kennel license is $111 right now, but you do have to be zoned to have a kennel. And if you need a conditional use permit, that does need to go through the Planning Department and then the Board of Supervisors.
But our Williamson Act properties would be zoned for a kennel?
That I can't answer.
And again, I will be reporting back. I know I will be
Well,
getting these
I'll
questions.
get through that. I mean, that's a common act. I would assume it's that way, but we can ensure that going forward. That just makes common sense. So
Okay.
I don't know for a fact, but we will make sure that does.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have questions regarding the same thing about the kennel issue. I have friends, and my grandma even, I know she's got more animals than this, and they're not all working animals. Yeah, I won't tell you her name. And they've got poodles and cats and border collies, and they have 20 horses, and they have a ranch, right? But I wouldn't want to see them have to go through a process where they're going to pay fees and occupy staff time and have to come sit and take up our time on the Board of Supervisors so they can have a couple poodles. If somebody has, an animal rescue and they have 20, stalls for dogs and cats that are going in and out or something like that, I can see that. I was just wondering maybe if there's a way to have kind of an intermediate step to make it less cumbersome for somebody that's just a little bit above this. So you're not making them. I mean, I guarantee you can go out there and you can find people that are breaking this rule and they're not hurting anybody. So I just wonder, is there a gray area we can put something in here to accommodate those people without making them criminals?
Well, there are zoning issues that, you have neighbors to think of who might be impacted by someone having a large number of animals like that. And I can tell you, we're complaint driven. We don't go looking for kennels. The only time that it's going to become an issue is if we do receive a complaint or planning. And I can tell you also that local rescues that have kennels that they're running do have kennel licenses.
Yeah.
Without violating our zoning ordinance, I don't know how we could have an intermediate step.
I don't know if that's a good idea either, so don't take me totally literally on that. But maybe it's okay how it is. Maybe just understand the sentiments we're expressing, the people that are, they just have a few extra pets and they have 20 acres or something. That's different than a rental on a quarter of an acre with 30 cats,
I do understand what you're
where-
saying, but I also see the other side where sometimes people have a large number of animals and we have to come in for neglect.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely.
people take on way more than they can handle, and they're not doing the animals a favor,
Yeah.
they're not doing their neighbors a favor, and they're certainly not doing themselves a favor.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. Oh.
And I really do respect. I think that what I've witnessed is complaint driven, and I appreciate that. But we also know that complaints can be used both ways. And again, I would agree. I know of a number of instances, especially on ag lands, that those folks wouldn't want to be out of compliance, and I'm not sure that they understand fully what the compliance is. And so I would ask that we have a chance to, or that I would have a chance to reach out to some of them and have some conversations over the next couple of weeks. And if my fellow board members don't object, that we bring this back at our next meeting.
Sure.
And maybe we can get some clarification and
Yeah, we certainly can do that. We're on the agenda to come back on the 7th, would take additional direction. If we're not prepared to adopt an ordinance at that time, we'd be able to go further into the future for an adoption.
And I suspect that some of these questions might be answered if we can just get a few folks at the table to clarify some of the definitions with respect to our ag producers.
However, it is important that we are consistent. So just making a change here in our chapter of the ordinance isn't adequate to address the issue overall. It would also need to take place in zoning.
Understood.
I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to verify. This is applicable per parcel. Is that right?
Yes, it's per parcel.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Can I
we're-
clarify, because
Yeah.
you can waive the first reading, it's going to come back for the next meeting, or you can just simply continue the first reading to the next meeting. So if you continued this, the first reading to the next meeting, then you know you have 2 more meetings to address this issue.
Can
So
we
what-
address your concerns, Madam Chairman, at the next meeting and pass it if that's the case? So we could go ahead and
I believe so.
waive it. Okay.
So we would need a motion then?
Public comment?
Oh, yes. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, bring it back for,
I'll move to waive the first reading of the ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.04 related to animal control and update the division organization and terminology changes, revise definition, change sections impacted by California state law, clarify the appeal process, etc.
Second.
And setting a second meeting for the next meeting.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rodifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of approving a contract amendment with the California Forensic Medical Group to add health care services for detained youth at the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Good morning, Dr. Ortiz, Health Officer. As you know, due to our requirements to Title 15 of the California Code of Regulations, all local detention facilities provide emergency and basic health care services to all incarcerated individuals, including adult inmates and detained youth. We currently have a contract with the California Forensic Medical Group to provide health care services for inmates at the jail since December of 1999. This amendment is to add juvenile detainees services. It adds services for detained youth and includes no substantive changes to the adult inmate services. The second amendment to the contract represents a net 5% increase of $50,890.72 over the originally approved fiscal year 16-17 total base contract of $957,643.65. So, it is respectfully recommended that your board approve the second amendment to the contract between the County of Tuolumne and California Forensic Medical Group for medical services for inmates of the Tuolumne County Jail and the detained youth of the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility at a base cost of $1,008,534.37 from July of 2016 through June 30th of 2017, and authorize the chair to sign.
Any questions?
Just, we're satisfied with the service that they're providing so far?
Yes, and this is a contract that will end at the end of this current fiscal year, so the next 3-4 months is sort of a trial period of what we're exactly going to need from CFMG for juvenile services.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just in response to a question I was having here, where's the money coming from? It is coming from our realignment money that comes into the, to the county, and our, we get it for behavioral health, social services, public health. And do want to point out that while it has been budgeted into this year, if we continue to see increases in costs, we have things like IHSS, additional things get shifted to us. Something's going to have to, break somewhere. Either defend well and keep those costs away from us, or, at some point we will need to go back and look at this, because we are bearing a lot of costs through our public health state realignment funds, and it's not a bottomless pit. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just informing.
I appreciate the comment. Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back for an action.
Carl?
Okay, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rodifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Office to create, establish, and operate Jail Industries Authority and approve the establishment of the Jail Industries Trust Fund.
Good afternoon, Board, Madam Chair. Bill Pooley, Undersheriff. I'll try to get through this quickly because I know we're up against the clock here. In June of 2015, Sheriff's Office Work Crew Manager John Fisher authored AB 2012, which was then co-sponsored by Los Angeles County. In September, the governor signed it, made it law, and basically AB 2012 authorizes your board to establish a jail industries authority, and actually authorizes you to authorize the sheriff to start it. The intent is to provide a program that increases the likelihood of inmate success upon release and to decrease recidivism and thereby obtaining long-term, high-paying jobs. I've told you many times before how wonderful our work programs are. You know, some of the benefits I think we've seen since I think we started our programs in May of 2014. Our inmates behave better. They're gaining work ethic. They're gaining skills. John can attest to some of these inmates have never gotten up and gone to work a day in their life, and it's really making a difference. What we would like to do is start the Jail Industry Authority. It gives us a tool to build a real hardy vocational program. Part of the program is that we will pay the inmates anywhere from $1 to $3 a day. The great part of that is federal law allows us to take 30% of that and repay victims and fines to the community. The rest of the money then goes into the inmate's pocket. They can use it for their cafeteria or canteen program. They can get extra soups and things like that. And then upon their release, they're cashed out and they may have a few dollars in their pocket. None of this will come from general funds. The entire payment program will come through basically our current contracts. We will then make jail authority contracts. And we started this out with 1 or 2 small contracts. We've now added Caltrans, the U.S. Forest Service, and I think 25 other smaller contracts. We do pretty well. We're anticipating around $60,000 a year of income through this program, and it'll take about $9,300 to pay the inmates. We will not start paying the inmates until we have actually banked 1 full year of money. The program itself will start through seed money. We will take 10% of all of our contracts, all of our smaller contracts money, and put that into the trust fund, which then will be used to develop the program. In talking to Ms. Baptista, she thought that developing a trust fund and then transferring the money into the Sheriff's Office budget line would be the best course of action. We're open for any other suggestions you might have. Yeah. I'm right here. Hey. So we believe that will be transparent. You will be able to see what we're doing, and it makes it also transparent to the public. So we're recommending the Board of Supervisors authorize the Jail Industries Authority and start the trust fund.
Are there any questions?
No question, just a comment. It's such a good thing to see those guys out working. The public loves to see it. It's just a good thing. So I would certainly be ready to make the motion to authorize the Tuolumne County Sheriff to create, establish, and operate a Jail Industries Authority and approve the establishment of a Jail Industries Trust Fund when it's ready.
Thank you.
Second.
First, is there any public comment?
Well, I think this is a great idea, but I'm just a little confused. I thought we had something with PIA. So is there PIA and now JIA, or this is all going to be one?
No, there's a John Fisher, jail inmate work crew manager. There is a PIA, California PIA. They were astronomical in helping me do the legislation and stuff. But now it's the jails. There's 12 counties in the state of California that jumped on this bill.
So this is going to be new, as a
This is going to be brand
JIA
new.
instead
It's-
of PIA.
We're going to mirror
What
pretty
they
much
did.
what they do.
Okay.
Because they've already had the trials and tribulations of what they've done wrong.
Okay.
So we're going to mirror what they are. But this is a county jails. So it's
Okay.
a whole different
PIA is prison industry.
Right.
prison industry.
We will be jail
Industry.
Right, but I remember when they did was it the garden or
The nursery?
the nursery? That's it.
That's ours.
Okay.
But
so-
that's just.
But didn't that start out as like PIA,
No.
or am I just totally
No, that
confused?
was just the sheriff's department finding access for the females to have something to do for working
Okay,
moms.
but I thought there was some discussion here about.
This has been the worst.
Was I
for
having a
me for-
dream? Or?
No.
So-
This took a lunch at Diamond's Grill
Okay.
with Bigelow's aides 2 years ago.
Okay.
And it's been in the works for 2 years. So when we started the nursery up there, I knew this was going to happen.
Okay.
County council pointed me in the right direction, which I'm probably a pain in her side with all the stuff I send her.
But you took them as a model, and now you're going to have the JIA, and you're going to run that,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanfeld.
Yeah, I just want to thank the sheriff's office and our jail people for doing this. I think this is clearly the right thing to be doing. Not only are you giving these people a chance to do things, but you're making a difference in their lives, giving meaning to their lives, and making a contribution, and really making rehab a reality and not just a word. So, thanks.
Any other comments? I would just echo those comments. And John, again, I can't stress, I think that your brush crews, actually, we would have had some programs from, that were funded through some grants for the tree mortality piece that would not have happened if those brush crews had not been available to come out and assist. And so I think this whole concept is very worthwhile. And with that, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please read item 18?
This is a second reading of an ordinance to correct a clerical error of ordinance number 3305.
All right. And for some reason, my iPad is...
Well, I don't know that I need to say a whole lot. As your board knows, this is really exactly what it states in the agenda item that we are recommending today. You adopt the ordinance to correct the clerical errors in ordinance 3305.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Supervisor? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer and a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Reports. Actually, I'm going to go to item 20 first.
Right, we're going to go ahead and pull that item for today.
Okay, thank you.
So we're doing reports.
So, it's the pleasure of the board. We can break and do them when we come back at 1:30, or just do it now. I don't know how long everyone's reports are. Well, let's go ahead and do it if they're short. I'll start on this end. County Council?
Sure. Rather than do a long report, I just want to thank my assistant, Leah Morales, because a couple of weeks ago when there was thunder and lightning and the lightning hit the building, she was instrumental in following our safety procedures and getting people out of the building safely. So I really commend her for taking leadership in that event.
Supervisor Rotifer?
In the interest of brevity, no report.
I normally don't talk about anything because I don't like to, but I have one I want to share. So there was a meeting in Tuolumne at the Sanitary District having to do with the Community Services District formation. There's proposal to potentially consolidate the sanitary district, park and rec district, cemetery district, lighting district, and fire district. And it's being, the effort is being initialized by the sanitary district board. They've allocated $25,000 or something like that towards the effort. They're using their contract general manager to do some of the initial work, and then they're going to be looking for a facilitator and a fiscal person to put some of the materials together. Renee Hendry with LAFCO was there, and Duke York was there. They were very helpful. It's somewhat of a contentious thing. There's people that are all for it, and then there's some that are not sure, and then there's some that are against it. They're worried that there'll be loss of service or too much power in one little group and things like that. So I was there, tried to stay impartial. I think there is potential for improvement. This is something that will be coming to us. And Craig, I know in the past, it's been a couple years probably since we've done anything with it, but we had some meetings with some folks there. So just a heads up, that's coming forward. And as it gains traction and they're going through their process, Debbie will probably be involved as well, but there's going to be a lot of support services that CRA staff and probably our admin staff are going to have to provide through that process.
Supervisor Gregg.
Yeah, just one thing. Last week we had a meeting in Groveland. I want to thank Daniel Richardson for helping get it together on the operation of the youth center up there. I think we're going to have some good outcomes. It just has to do with certain elements in the community not being good citizens, and I think we've figured out a way to help with that, and looking forward to a robust year at the youth center.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanfield.
Yeah, a couple of items. One is a couple of weeks ago, right after the Board of Supervisors meeting, the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance held their annual Poetry Out Loud competition, and I got to tell you, that was the best competition they've had this far. I think it's the 9th year. The competition was just, our kids are getting better at this. What can I say? And it was really good. Levi Lowe won again. He had a year off because he was in Italy last year, but he'll be going to the state competition, which is early next month. So I want to just wish Levi well and thank the Arts Alliance for doing this. This is really neat. Last week, attended tree mortality again at the state level, but on Wednesday, after the RCRC meetings, I spent 2 hours with Little Hoover Commission. I don't know what exactly they're going to do with the information. They're a little late to the game. I gave them a bunch of assignments, and they've asked us Tuolumne County, come speak before their public meeting on April 27th. I can't be there, but just want to tell you that we're going to support Tracy and maybe someone from another county going to carry the banner for tree mortality, Little Hoover Commission, and hopefully get some attention. The other comment I want to make is on Thursday last week, I went and, I guess, testified in front of the California Forest Carbon Plan meeting. I am really, really concerned about that. I'm not sure where that's going in terms of and what kind of force that plan will have in effect. But having read the thing, and if you haven't read it, I'm going to tell you it's very difficult to read. But if you just read the executive summary and the implementation plan, it is woefully inadequate. They seem to be working to a deadline as opposed to getting it right. And they have lots of politically correct stuff in there that has nothing to do with healthy forests and solving the issues associated with carbon going into the atmosphere. In fact, if you read it, it is my opinion, and I don't think I'm the only one, I don't think they understand the problem. I don't think they understand the mechanisms. I think they're pro forma in this. But we are commenting. I'm working with Liz to get those comments, and those comments, in theory, will come to you on March 7th. We have to March 17th to comment, and hopefully we'll have it here to you in a form that you can look at it and approve or disapprove it. That's my report. Thank you.
Mr. Pedro.
And Madam Chair, just one item. On the 9th of the month, participated in a insurance work group meeting sponsored by the California Tree Mortality Task Force. And while I was very, very pleased with the participation, the good communication that happened at that meeting, we had people from Mariposa County, Tuolumne County, Calaveras County, Nevada County, and Placer County speaking into this issue. At least in meetings I've been at, that's the most that I've at one time have been there. We had people that represented the insurance industry, 2 different groups, and then we had, of course, RCRC was represented there. We also had a consumer group, there, and we also had representatives from Fireline. That's when I was slipping my tongue the last time. Fireline, the product that is the predominant product, where it's satellite-based, where it comes and just zooms in from the sky. And from that, they come up with analysis, and that's taking on a much more important role, if not dominant role, which, and CoreLogic is another competitor, but the consensus is that is taking on a greater influence in this industry than I think the industry is willing to admit or acknowledge. Certainly, that's what I've heard, talking to our local insurance folks here, and that's what we heard from the other counties as well. And while there was really good communication, on the issue, a word you guys use appropriately so at times is leadership. Where's the leadership of this issue, coming from? And while I think, the governor's office, of course, who provides the leadership for the task force, that's critical. You can't, the governor's not bad, having leadership there. But one thing that everyone commented on was also the California Department of Insurance. Certainly they can't enforce things that, they're not allowed to by state law. However, the insurance commissioner certainly has, great influence through his position, and that agency in general, does. And it seems to me, and this I'm speaking, to the board and those that have those influence in CSAC, RCRC, and other places. What's missing on this is we need that leadership at that high level. I mean, really having the governor's office get together with in my opinion, the state insurance commissioner's office together to focus in on this thing and move it. And again, it was a task force that is causing these meetings to happen, and that's great. But talking with the board supervisor representatives that were there, I think there was agreement that no one was grabbing the baton and saying, we are going to take this on and we're going to bring it to a point of action. So I just submit that to your board and your different inputs at state levels to try and, I wouldn't say just the governor's office or just the insurance commissioner's office. I think the two would be powerful in trying to get something actually accomplished to make sure that insurance rates and coverages in general are just being so driven, by these satellite imaging products that are out there. They're tools, and no one was saying they're bad tools, but taken unto themselves, they've been very harmful as far as coverage for people and affordable coverage for people. So.
And so I would suggest that possibly Supervisor Hanfield and I get together with you so that we can actually formulate the ask and get it agendized at our respective meetings so that it is appropriately addressed. Thank you. I just am going to report on a couple of things. Last Tuesday we had the Natural Resource Meeting, very productive, a lot of topics. One of them was the Forest Carbon Plan, had a conversation, and you will be seeing a letter coming from that committee to you looking for a response. Supervisor Hanfield's already talked about that, so I'm not going to elaborate more. We had a presentation from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy with respect to their pillar of the HUD grant and how they will be possibly allocating the funding that they have. They are going to be doing a lot of outreach with different groups in Tuolumne County, and they're just kind of formulating that now. But we understand that there is a time element associated with this, and so they will be moving through that process, and will probably be here making presentations over the course of the next couple of months. Wednesday and Thursday I was at CSAC. The Ag and Natural Resource Committee had a number of topics that are very relevant to Tuolumne County and conversations with regards to tree mortality. We discussed that here in depth. But having CSAC as a partner and working in helping us with some of the definitions, most notably with regards to the LTOs versus the contractors that come through, the other designation. I'm sorry, I'm having a, thank you very much. And having the ability to work across those lines and really highlighting the importance of being able to utilize all resources. They're fully engaged in that. At the general meeting, there was tremendous conversation around the IHSS piece, and it was duly noted while some of the counterparts were talking about hits to their general fund in the magnitude of $20 and $30 million, some of the larger counties, it was expressed that a hit to a small county, $400,000 hit, thank you for that, articulating that, because I was going to be asking for that number, is as devastating for small rural counties as it is for our larger counties. And so there will be a heavy presence by CSAC working with the governor that's already been initiated. And the report from the governor's office was recognition that they're hearing this message and they're going to be looking for some solutions. The last piece that I want to hit on is there was a really interesting presentation about California's uneven recovery. Amazing work that has been done in statistics, really validating a lot of the discussion that we have here about how a few counties have really experienced some recovery. When you look at this, the blue counties are those that have. The rest of the counties are those that have not. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Jamar to copy this and send it to all of you, because very good information in here and something that when we're talking to our counterparts is going to be helpful for making the case. So with that, that concludes my report, and we will recess this meeting. Oh,
just one item might want to think about for the next meeting's agenda. Do we need an unfunded requirements statement or unfunded mandate statement in our ledge platform? And I know it's not the right time in the agenda, just something to think about for future discussion.
So since it's not the right time, we can think about that. I think that if we have not clearly articulated it, it's certainly something this board has talked about at length. But with that, we will stand in recess until 1:30. Thank you. We are going to reconvene the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution accepting the Tuolumne City wastewater rehabilitation study and authorizing the submittal to the state of California.
All right, we are going to open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. As the board clerk said, we have the completed Tuolumne City Sewer Rehabilitation Study. This was part of Community Development Block Grant number 14CDVG 9901. It was an inflow and infiltration study, so they did smoke testing, wet weather flow monitoring, and closed circuit television inspections. They did identify the problem areas within the collection system and recommended improvement plans that have now turned into design and environmental through a $540,000 State Water Resources Control Board planning grant, and they are on track to get $8 million in construction funding out of the state clean water grants. So I do have my sign-in sheet for the cast of thousands that are here for the public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's community development block grant program can be addressed to the county administrative office. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions?
No questions. I was just waiting for Supervisor Royce because it's his district. I don't want to step on his toes.
So as they move forward with implementing this plan
Mhm.
and updating their collection system, I was thinking Duke might be here, but we're doing the Rule 20 project, which is going to be doing a bunch of undergrounding, and I'm sure they're aware of that, but I just wanted to ask about how they're going to be collaborating, coordinating those projects together. And then additionally, I know the sidewalks and some of the roads and drainage within the immediate town center where a lot of this sewer work's going to be done is also in dire needs of work. As they're tearing up the roads and doing a lot of this, I think it would be advantageous to look at those other elements of the infrastructure in the town. Has there been any discussions about those things that you're aware of, or?
Well, I haven't been in on the details of the discussions
I know
at
it's
the
a lot outside of
sanitary
your
district.
normal scope.
But they're just in the beginning design phase now. So
Yeah.
I think that it's certainly something can be discussed with the district's engineer, Jeff Black. So.
Also, I know our park and ride project, the paving, I think that's scheduled for 2017 on that work plan. I was looking at that. But anyways, besides that, I just want to say I really appreciate all of your work on this. It's an exciting thing to see in Tuolumne, and it's really important. So
Yeah, well, I was very happy to see that, they were at the right place at the right time. They had the work done when they needed to have it. And, it looks like the money that they're in the queue to receive should go a long way towards resolving all the problems they've got over there.
it's awesome.
So.
Cool. Well, with that, actually, you got to do a public hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? All right, is there any public comment?
Aren't I still part of the public hearing? Since I'm the only one here, I feel like I should say, it's nice to put a name with a face, because I see your name on a lot of things. And I actually got a little dog and pony show from Dave Andrus about this. So I think this is a good project that you should approve. And I just love Dave Andrus. I think he's wonderful, and I think they're doing amazing things out there in the sanitary district. And you could use a little help with some other departments out there.
I had just one question reading this, and it's kind of in line with your question, Supervisor Royce. And it may not be applicable because this really is the sewer renovation study. But if you were going to be doing sidewalks and looking at the ability to have cycling, if you will, or appropriate or some, if you're rehabbing that, I know it's something that we talked about that in planning processes. With some of the new laws. I don't know again if it's a neat fit with this. I suspect maybe not, but.
There's a plan that was derived from the Tuolumne Community Plan, which is an element of the general plan, to do a parking and circulation study. And part of that was looking at the alleyways and the use for the alleyways. For decades, they've been basically kind of abandoned and neglected, and some of them have been obstructed by just property owners and their junk. But John worked on it with me, and it's something, there's really, really a lot of potential in that town to revitalize it, and the layout is so unique in the way the city, the streets are square blocks with really wide right-of-way, sidewalks, mature trees, and that's there is kind of a plan for that could be tied to all this work that's being done, and that's what I hope to see is kind of more of a collective project rather than just the one little piece. But I appreciate what you brought up.
I think it's important that, and I don't know if it's something that you're going, you probably, it's not what you do. But we make sure that they are aware of the circulation plan and study that was done.
I'll talk to some of the people at the sanitary district.
Did we do a lighting one there also?
There is a lighting district, and they have, I think, $280,000 plus or minus some in a fund. But yeah, I think some of the sanitary district folks, along with Duke, and maybe some of our other engineering staff, could probably, and actually Darren Grossi too. He's helping us with the park and ride. If we tie all these things together, I think we can get more done and turn out a little nicer. So, but I appreciate the board's support.
I'm going to bring it back to the board then for an action. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to close the public hearing. My apologies. Bring it back for.
Sure. I would happy to approve this and move forward.
We have
with
a resolution?
Well, I was going to say move on staff recommendation. Is that good? Perfect.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will recess our meeting until 6 p.m., where we will reconvene at the Lake Don Pedro High School.
So everybody be safe in the weather going down there, back.
Come into your house after we get done.
That's okay. It's about another 40 minutes longer, but you're welcome to stop by. And I'm sure you all do well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See you in 2 weeks, John.
It's okay. I already did get a big knock in the pay.